Chapter 1575. That's why it's hard to understand. If it's not inevitable, why do they have to compromise? It doesn't seem to make sense. Emotionji laughed in a deep voice and said, moreover, all of you have seen Dukyu's special ability. He can make flowers bloom in the cold winter. He can also make elixirs that have been growing for thousands of years mature in just a few years, or even a few months. His cultivation may not be considered heaven-defying, but this special ability of his race is the best in the world. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the best in the world. As for us, we're going to charge up to the heavenly imperial court in the future. Chu Yang has the unique ability to fuse heavy pills. Dukyu can accelerate the growth of all elixirs for Chu Yang's use. If Dukyu and Chu Yang work together, what will the result be? Imo Tianji asked calmly. Imo Qingwu and Imo Lei gasped at the same time. One could fuse heavy pills that could bring the dead back to life and increase cultivation. The other could accelerate the growth of all elixirs. If the two of them worked together, really worked together, it was equivalent to an irresistible concept. They had a treasure trove with them. As long as the brothers prepared 1 or 2 pills before every battle, everyone would be equivalent to Rue Butong of the Phoenix clan. They couldn't be killed or destroyed. This was the legendary ultimate luxurious dream combination, a legendary combination that even myths and miracles couldn't describe. This kind of combination is enough to make anyone and any force in the world jealous. It's the same even in the Heaven Imperial Court. However, this result is contrary to Dukyu's lifelong dream. He has never thought of going up there. Therefore, this legend cannot be realized. But if Chu Yang helps him find the spring of life and help him restore the city of elves, it's equivalent to a new lease of life for the elves. To Dukyu, the only elf, it's an even bigger favor that can never be fully repaid. Even if we don't talk about their friendship, just this favor alone is enough for Dukyu to serve him for life. If Chu Yang goes up to the Heavenly Imperial Court, what will Dukyu do? What can he do? Are we just going to watch our benefactor fight a bloody battle without doing anything? While he enjoys the worry-free environment that his benefactor and brother created for him. With Dukyu's personality, how can he do that? But if he follows Chu Yang, what about Dukyu's lifelong wish? He still has so many things to worry about. When Imo Tianji said this, Imo Qingwu and Imo Lei sighed in unison. Yes, this was indeed a problem. It was difficult to satisfy both sides. He was in a dilemma. It was an unsolvable dead knot. Therefore, this matter has become a dead knot in a dilemma. Imo Tianji said in a profound manner, how can Chu Yang make things difficult for Dukyu? He was even more unwilling to force Dukyu to do something that he didn't want to do. Therefore, Chu Yang's current actions were to resolve this dead knot between the two sides. He was treating this matter as a complete transaction. It's a naked deal full of exploitation. After the deal, we won't owe each other anything. His current attitude, from the bottom of his heart, shows that he no longer recognizes Dukyu as his friend. Both of them are just a group of people who benefit from each other. And Chu Yang himself is also waiting for the right price. They extorted as much as they could, trying their best to take advantage of the situation, taking it bit by bit. In this way, both sides only have interests left. Once the city of elves recovered, Chu Yang would be able to retreat. Even if Dukyu wants to repay something, Chu Yang can also firmly refuse. This is equivalent to telling Dukyu, you don't owe me anything at all. In this way, Dukyu's heart will also feel better. Therefore, in what Chu Yang is doing now, all of us are working hard to cooperate. But no one said it out loud. You guys only see the surface of the matter and never think deeper. The more Chu Yang extorts, the more Dukyu will gladly endure it. That's the logic. Imo Tianji took a breath. That's why I said that this is a matter between men. You women are really far behind in this aspect. Imo Qingwu and Imo Lei looked ashamed. I see. Imo Qingwu said, I knew it. Chu Yang is a man of character who values relationships. How can he be so unscrupulous? So there's a deeper meaning. Imo Lei took a deep breath. She said, it's just that, this is a little too much of a pity. Unfortunately, with Chu Yang around, it was equivalent to having a natural alchemy furnace. As long as there were herbs, It was equivalent to having an endless supply. With Dukyu around, it was equivalent to not having any shortage of spirit herbs. If Dukyu didn't go up, with this missing link, he could only passively search for finished spirit herbs. In that case, more than half of his functions would be cut off. Without herbs, it was basically like a housewife couldn't cook without rice. It's indeed a pity. Mo Tianji also sighed. But not only do we have to respect our friends' wishes, we also have to think of ways to fulfill them. Chu Yang's extortion now has made me respect him even more. If it were me, Mo Tianji, I really wouldn't be able to do this. After all, the temptation is really too great. And no matter what Dukyu does, no matter what he pays, in my opinion, it's hard to offset the glory of the City of Elves. But Chu Yang is able to let this happen quietly. In this matter, I believe that there may not be one person who is so selfless. But Chu Yang did it, really did it. Mo Tianji sighed. From the moment I discovered this, I knew that I was really convinced by him. I'm not as good as Chu Yang. This breadth of mind is something that I can't compare to in my whole life. He looked warmly at Mo Qingwu. Perhaps you didn't realize that since a few days ago, when Chu Yang looked for you, I didn't object at all? You praised him without restraint in front of me, and I wasn't angry anymore. It's just because he's worthy of your reliance, worthy of your praise, and worthy of your love. He's even more worthy of my, Mo Tianji's, recognition. Mo Qingwu's face turned red. Instantly, she felt both embarrassed and happy. There was also an indescribable sense of pride. This is Chu Yang, the man that I like. He's so different. Also, between us brothers, it's precisely because we realized the essence of this matter that we became more united and more cohesive. Mo Tianji shook his head and said, our brothers have always been very good. But there are two people, namely Ao Xieyun and Xie Danqiong, who have always been a little incompatible. Although it's just a little, there's always a gap. The foundation of the relationship between the two of them and the rest of us is slightly weaker. Fundamentally speaking, it's just fate. The fate of the tribulation is irresistible. The dragon and the phoenix race are indispensable. That's why they became one of the tribulations by chance. But after all, it's not as deep as Chu Yang's Du Xing and Wu Shang's, who fought all the way from the lower three heavens. But after this matter, that feeling has shrunk infinitely. In these few days, it's almost completely disappeared. Perhaps today or tomorrow, that little bit of incompatibility will also completely disappear. Mo Tianji said, it's because of Chu Yang's actions. Perhaps Chu Yang himself hasn't realized this subtle change, but I've already clearly noticed it. His charisma, doing things honestly, and treating people with good intentions, unintentionally and unintentionally, good karma will naturally form. So this matter is also of great benefit to us. Some things don't need to be said because everyone understands. But since you've asked today, I have to explain it clearly. Mo Tianji said warmly, because you can only ask me about this matter. You can't ask Chu Yang or Dong Wushang. If you ask, they'll be very unhappy. Mo Tianji secretly added another sentence in his heart. Perhaps Chu Yang won't care about explaining because of his love for Xiao Wu, but Dong Wushang will definitely fly into a rage. Because he'll think that Mo Lei's suspicion is blasphemous to the relationship between his brothers. Of course, facing Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei, even if there was such a difference, Mo Tianji wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, his head would really be kicked by a donkey. Mo Tianji leisurely walked out of the room and continued to participate in the negotiation and battle of words with Dukyu. Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei were speechless. The two of us have thought too simply. Mo Lei smiled bitterly and said, men's hearts are really hard to find. It's obviously for the sake of others. It's obviously something that both sides understand, but they still want to deliberately mystify things. They already have a tacit understanding, but on the surface, they still want to make it seem like it's real and make the woman behind them worry. It's really, really hard to understand. Mo Qingwu smiled and a kind of understanding rose in her eyes. She said slowly, perhaps this is the so-called self-esteem of men. Mo Lei raised her head and looked at Mo Qingwu with some surprise. She nodded slowly and said, yes. The next morning, the 10 men who had been arguing for half the night were all in high spirits. This nightmare of collecting debts has finally come to an end. About 300 miles ahead, as long as we turn around that mountain, we'll be able to see the forest where our destination is. Dooku laughed heartily. Old man is finally back. This time, it was very likely that he would be able to realize his lifelong pursuit and complete the great cause of his race. He would be able to completely break free from the shackles in his heart and get rid of the ties that belonged to his race. Dooku's heart was filled with infinite joy and relief. He turned his head slightly and looked at Chu Yang. A trace of apology flashed through Dooku's eyes. It was just a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Or perhaps, even if someone saw it, they pretended not to see it. I'll keep this apology in my heart for the rest of my life. That's right. We're getting closer and closer to our goal. Chu Yang also smiled proudly and said, "This also means that the day you fulfill your promise is getting closer and closer. Brother Yu, don't be stingy and go back on your words. All kinds of medicine have to be sold in this world. Even my heavy pills have a source, but the medicine for regret can't be bought anywhere." Chapter 1576. Dooku was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you just let me be happy for a while before you speak? Will you die if you shut up for a while?" The brothers laughed. The more unrestrained they were in their conversation, the closer their friendship would be. How could they see their true feelings if they kept everything hidden? At the same time, the group of people used their best movement techniques and rushed out like arrows leaving the bow. At such a close distance, no matter what kind of mount it would not be faster than a supreme martial artist flying at full speed. In just a few minutes, the group had already arrived at the top of the mountain and looked down at the boundless forest in front of them. Below them, there was a huge forest full of rich greenery. It stretched for thousands of miles, and they really couldn't see the end of it. The forest's greenery rose and fell with the wind like the waves of the sea. Looking at this beautiful and spectacular scene, the brothers were all dazzled. "It's really beautiful," Chu Yang praised sincerely. "This scenery is really the heavens' equal holy realm. If I can roam here for the rest of my life, I wouldn't even exchange it for being a deity." Dooku thought for a while and said with a smile, "What's so difficult about this? If Brother Chu ever gets tired of the martial world, you can come and settle down here anytime. No matter when, for generations to come, I will always reserve a place for Brother Chu here." Chu Yang laughed. "How can I not follow Brother Dooku's good intentions? Thank you very much, Brother Dooku. Please remember to reserve a place with good scenery for me." The two of them looked at each other and laughed in unison. However, both of them knew that Chu Yang's words were already the final conclusion. In the heavenly continent, their friendship would last forever. Outside the heavenly continent, only Chu Yang, Emotianji, and the others would go together. Dooku had already completely let go. Perhaps there was still a lot of guilt in his heart, but up until today, Chu Yang had completely erased it. Or rather, during this period of time. As their friendship grew deeper, there was no need for both sides to feel guilty anymore. It was just that Chu Yang and Dooku didn't know that because of this sentence today, the most beautiful place in the City of Fairies had lost its owner for a long time. It had become the most forbidden place in the City of Fairies. No matter how powerful, famous, clan master, or leader came to the City of Fairies, they had no chance to enter that most beautiful place. Even the powerful people in the heavenly imperial court couldn't enter, just for the promise of reserving a place for himself today. "Go down." Chu Yang smiled casually. "Hold on." Emotianji took a deep breath. His complexion turned solemn as he looked at the forest below the mountain. Then, he said in an exceptionally solemn tone, "Something is wrong. This seems a little strange." "Strange?" Chu Yang and Dooku frowned as they heard this. All the brothers concentrated their gazes and looked over. Just now, everyone's attention was not on observing the situation, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Now, they focused on observing. Indeed, they could faintly feel that there was something wrong with this forest. It was really a little strange. The forest was still the same forest, full of greenery, full of vitality, and full of the aura of life. However, in this great atmosphere, there was a hidden sense of danger that had yet to be revealed. Although it was hidden to the extreme, it still felt very real. It was as if there was a ferocious beast hidden inside. It was about to devour someone. Moreover, it was a peerless beast that could devour anyone. This feeling is somewhat familiar. Ao Xieyun frowned and said, an exceptionally terrifying pressure. It seems that even the heart can't beat normally under this pressure. Yes, this feeling. It's the same feeling that I had when the black aura descended that day. It's just that it's a lot fainter now, as if it's completely hidden. However, the feeling is indeed there. Yes, it's that feeling. Once Ao Xieyun mentioned it, all the brothers immediately reacted. They all expressed their agreement. Not only is it completely hidden, it's also deliberately concealing itself. However, a heavenly demon is a heavenly demon. No matter how much it conceals itself, it will still be detected. Chu Yang's gaze was solemn. The conclusion is that the heavenly demon is actually here. Mo Tianji forced a smile and said, Brother Yu, if our estimation is correct, then your lair is likely to be occupied by the enemy at this moment. And this enemy is someone with terrifying strength that we can't contend against right now. Dukyu gritted his teeth and said, Heavenly demon? It's actually him? Why would he be here? This is too much of a coincidence. It's so coincidental that it's frightening. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his gaze was deep. After the heavenly demon massacred the Shi clan, his whereabouts were unknown. No one in the entire martial world knows his whereabouts. However, although it's unexpected that he's here, it's not unreasonable. This is because from the south of the Shi clan, one has to pass through this dense forest. Such a vast and dense place is undoubtedly the best place to hide. Dukyu instantly felt his teeth ache and said angrily, What the fuck is this? We finally got a chance to restore our clan's glory, but it's actually taken by that heavenly demon? This is really outrageous. Everyone was speechless. If this was the case, Dukyu was really unlucky. Chu Yang pondered and said, Don't be too depressed. This enemy may not be undefeatable. Dukyu turned his head. Oh. Judging from the situation of the heavenly demon's descent, he's indeed an enemy that we can't defeat at our current stage. However, when he was dealing with the Shi clan, he inadvertently revealed his true strength. A low-grade supreme martial artist was able to escape from his hands. What does this mean? This means that this heavenly demon's descent is not only severely injured, but his injuries are also far from fully recovered. His strength is also far from his peak state. Now that he's annihilated the Shi clan, I believe that his strength must have been depleted. Therefore, he stopped here and hid in such a secluded place to recuperate. If not for this, the heavenly demon wouldn't be so peaceful in this world. Also, another important reason why I'm able to deduce that his injuries have not fully recovered and are even showing signs of worsening is that he's obviously deliberately concealing all his aura so that no one can detect him hiding here. However, we still managed to detect him. This result means that this heavenly demon has a problem controlling his strength. Therefore, his injuries are definitely very serious and his strength must be greatly reduced. If this is the case, the heavenly demon is very likely to be at his weakest state now. Otherwise, with his strength, he could run rampant in the world. Who would he need to be afraid of in this world? Why would he need to hide his whereabouts like this? Even if he deliberately hides his whereabouts, he can't hide it well. Based on this deduction, although we don't have absolute confidence in getting rid of the heavenly demon or killing him, the risk may not be too big if we take a risk now, Chu Yang said calmly. Chu Yang insipidly said, This risk is worth a try. If it succeeds, we'll help Brother Yu take back this forest. And we'll eliminate the hidden dangers of this calamity. But if it doesn't succeed, we'll still be able to escape unscathed. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered. But no matter what, we can't be afraid before we even fight. All the brothers roared in agreement, saying yes in unison. Mo Tianji's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. As a wise and far-sighted person, how could he not have thought of this? Previously, he had already said that he could not fight against the heavenly demon because he wanted to avoid this place first. It was not that he was afraid of the heavenly demon, but he still could not bear to give up the great temptation of the fairy race and the tribulation sword master. He wanted to make a final attempt. It would be best if everyone left this dangerous place temporarily and continued to wander the Jianghu together. At that time, Elder Yu would naturally leave with the brothers. In the worst case, he could use all his strength to look for elixirs in the following period of time. Then, he could let Elder Yu do everything he could to make more preparations for the brothers' bloody battle in the heavenly lair. As long as Elder Yu was among the brothers, Mo Tianji had countless methods to make these things happen. But this time, Chu Yang very clearly refuted his plan. He completely nipped his plan in the bud. He did not want to force Elder Yu in the slightest. Moreover, this also contained a warning from Chu Yang to Mo Tianji. Perhaps the others did not understand, but Chu Yang knew that Mo Tianji understood. Brothers, this time, we may face the heavenly demon for the first time in our lives. Chu Yang's expression was serious. It may also be the most dangerous battle since we started our cultivation. Everything must be done with survival as the prerequisite. If anything goes wrong, leave immediately. Chu Yang said deeply. Tianji, you will plan the layout. Don't ask for victory, just safety. Ensure everyone's safety is the most important thing. Then, Chu Yang appointed the person to make the strategic plan. When faced with a specific goal and a specific plan, there was definitely no one more suitable than Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji did not decline. He only pondered for a while and made a decision. Wait a while. We will search first. After all, we don't know the exact location of the heavenly demon. So, we must be careful. Everyone, form a four-sided team. Don't split up. Once you discover something, immediately rush forward in a cone shape. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing will be on one side. Elder Yu will be on one side. Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyun will be on one side. Rui Butong, Yu and Xiedanxiong will be on one side. GMO, Kudi, Qing Wu, Lei Er, and I will support any side at any time. Remember, once you discover something, you don't need to speak or breathe. The only thing you need to do is to close your eyes and use all your cultivation to unleash your most powerful attack to inform us. Naturally, we will surround and protect you from behind at the first possible moment. Then, we will replace your sharp position. Just one attack. Remember, hold your breath and don't open your eyes. Use all your strength to attack. Mo Tianji said seriously, legend has it that the heavenly demon is best at illusions. As long as you protect yourself and block your senses when you attack, you will be safe. After we meet up, we will have even less to worry about. Even if the heavenly demon's strength is still shocking, it is not undefeatable. As long as we are not afraid of the enemy, everything will be fine. Chapter 1577. Mo Tianji warned sincerely and then turned to Chu Yang. What do you think needs to be added? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and found that there were basically no oversights. He said, just add one more point. If we encounter an extraterrestrial demon and are ultimately no match for it, then Brother Yu and I, Lone Ranger, Wushang and Tong, will work together to cover the retreat. Everyone else must escape immediately. No one is allowed to hesitate and definitely not turn back. If we get separated, we will meet at the tavern in the town where we came from. Be there or be square. Those who are not responsible for covering the retreat are absolutely forbidden to attack. Whoever dares to turn back and delay will drag the brothers down and die together. This is important to remember. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his dangerous gaze slid across GMO and Luokidi's faces. Others could still weigh the pros and cons, but these two fellows really didn't care about their lives once they were impulsive. GMO grinned and said indifferently, remember, we all have one life anyway. I'll just escape first. If I find that you guys are dead, I'll go look for you guys again. Are you still worried that Second Master Ji won't listen to orders? Luo Kadi nodded vigorously. Second Master Luo will also escape first. Chu Yang was furious. Beat him up. Who the hell are you calling yourself a master? Immediately, punches and kicks rained down, beating the two second masters into a pulp. Chu Yang and the others rushed down the mountaintop like a hurricane. Then, they rushed in the direction of the forest like lightning. What Chu Yang and the others didn't know was that just a few thousand feet above their heads, high in the sky, there were two people standing there, silently watching Chu Yang and the others. They had been standing there all this time, but no one would have noticed that they were actually standing there. They had already become one with the void. There was no sign of them. Lord, isn't this a little too risky? Although this extraterrestrial demon strength has already been reduced by me, extraterrestrial demon is still a extraterrestrial demon. An old man with a white goatee looked down with an unusually cautious gaze. Seeing Chu Yang and the others rushing into the dense forest like a hurricane, his gaze was a little puzzled, vaguely like he was looking at dead people. He couldn't help but criticize in his heart. Such an extraterrestrial demon, and I actually have to deal with it personally. Moreover, they are like embroidery. I can't kill them. If I were to relax, I would only be able to kill them. This old man really spent a lot of effort. I had to kill dozens of them before I was able to control my strength. He won't. The Lord this person mentioned was none other than Shuele Han, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, he was still dressed like a soldier. His face was calm. They are not far from breaking through the void. It is not a bad thing to know the existence, strength, and tricks of the heavenly demon earlier. He paused. He said, "Why not? Why would I waste so much effort to get a half-dead heavenly demon here? Is it fun?" Master's intention, this old man naturally understands. But their current strength, what if? The old man was still worried. Just like what Shuele Han had said, even with Shuele Han's ability and power, it would still take a lot of effort to bring the heavenly demon from the extraterritorial battlefield outside the Heaven Palace. What if? What if? With you and me here to look after him, what could possibly happen? If they can't even pass this hurdle, even if they do, how much progress can they make? Shuele Han said lightly, "Prime Minister, Chu Yang and the rest are about to break through the Heaven Palace. Once they do, it will be the true beginning. And I am destined not to be able to watch over them all the time. So, before they break through the Heaven Palace, I will start my closed-door training." Shuele Han narrowed his eyes and said heavily, "I will start my closed-door training. You will be in charge of everything. For the time being, let them explore the Heaven Palace on their own. All of you, do not interfere with any of their matters. You just have to maintain the stability of the overall situation." "Yes, this old man understands." That old man replied respectfully, "Only if there is a conflict with the other sovereigns, you can then intervene. Otherwise, they can do whatever they want." Shuele Han said again, "Yes." An inexplicable look flashed across the old man's eyes. These few little fellows, were they qualified to have a conflict with the other sovereigns? They were peerless overlords who were on par with the Lord. But it seemed that the Lord had really put in a lot of effort for these few people. He did not hesitate to use so much manpower, material resources, and even many favors. Manpower and material resources were nothing. Favors were the most difficult debts to repay. However, Shuele Han's next sentence really shocked him. "If I don't go into closed-door training, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist getting involved personally. It's just that the impact on their growth will be too great. It won't be of any benefit to the overall situation in the future." The old man with the goatee widened his eyes, almost speechless. He was guessing a possibility in his heart. Could this Chu Yang be the Lord's illegitimate son? Could it be that the Lord had once had a one-night stand here? This and that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. "What are you thinking about? Why are you in such a daze?" Seeing the old man's ambiguous look, Shuele Han was instantly angered. The old man turned his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, "I've really been rude this time. I haven't made a fool of myself like this for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't overlook any of their details. Especially pay attention to the process of their battle." Shuele Han said, "You can watch carefully. You might be shocked." There seemed to be great confidence in Shuele Han's tone. The old man secretly grinned, thinking to himself, "What kind of attention can there be? Against such a half-dead heavenly demon, I can kill it with a puff of my breath. Yet, I still have to observe it with full concentration. Even a guardian wouldn't be as protective as you. What kind of unexpected changes can happen to things in the lower planes? And to be shocked? In the depths of the dense forest, the heavenly demon eccentric whose injuries had improved slightly was guiding a cloud of black aura that was even darker than the thickest ink to roll up and down. He was condensing his own demonic energy, hoping to recover as soon as possible. In front of him, there was an additional hole. In the hole, the Dharma Supreme lay quietly. Another cloud of black aura that was equally black encircled his body. The more it spun, the more urgent it became. It gave off a faint whooshing sound continuously. This empty mouth had obviously reached a critical juncture. The heavenly demon eccentric stuck his head out from time to check on the situation in the hole. He murmured, "Soon? It's really soon this time. He's going to wake up soon. I really didn't expect this matter to be so troublesome. It's already been a few days." Right at this moment, his expression tensed up. He raised his head abruptly. Someone's coming? The heavenly demon eccentric senses naturally wouldn't be wrong. Someone was indeed coming, and this person didn't come with good intentions. The heavenly demon eccentric didn't get a response to his question. The only response he got was a swift and violent aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That was an aura that was filled with hostility, murderous intent, and death. Due to the aura, it was as if a violent hurricane had suddenly swept through the entire forest. Countless towering trees. Neatly, they were blown to one side by the wind. It's definitely an enemy coming. Could it be that it's attracted by that little guy who escaped previously? The heavenly demon eccentric's expression instantly became brutal. How dare they come to find trouble with me? Courting death? No. It should be nutrients delivered to my doorstep in order for me to recover as soon as possible. Hehehe. With a sweep of his body, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and rushed in the direction of that extremely strong aura. Dukyu and Chu Yang formed a team of two. With relaxed expressions and slow movements, they swept into the dense forest. The other teams maintained the same attitude as the two of them and entered at the same time. If one were to judge from their appearance, everyone's expressions would appear to be unusually relaxed. However, everyone here clearly knew that. Under this relaxed appearance, there was an incomparable cautiousness hidden. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. It could be said that this was the first time that all the brothers had attacked with all their might. The first time that all of them had gathered together and used a prearranged formation to deal with an enemy together. An unusually strong enemy. Everyone raised their cultivation to the limit. They were ready to attack with all their might at any time. In the face of an unpredictable and powerful enemy, who would dare to be the slightest bit careless? If they were careless, not only would they be in danger of dying, but their brothers' lives would also be sent to this place. In a quiet place, Chu Yang and the others had already entered 200 miles into the depths of the dense forest. However, they still didn't discover any abnormalities. They couldn't sense any aura or traces of the enemy at all. However, that mysterious and strange pressure was getting heavier and heavier. It was precisely because of this heavy pressure that everyone's vigilance didn't decrease, but instead increased. They became even more cautious and careful to prevent any negligence. The dense forest is vast. Hiding a person is like hiding a needle in a haystack. Do you want to try another direction? Dukyu said in a deep voice. No need. Emo Tianji was in the middle. He stood in front of Emo Qingwu and said slowly, "Such a strong and resolute existence will come and fight us as long as he detects our hostility. He won't avoid the provocation of a group of ants." Everyone nodded slowly. Another 15 miles of space receded under their feet. Suddenly, without any warning, right in front of everyone, where Chu Yang and Dukyu were, a black smoke that was darker than ink suddenly rose. An unusually strong and indescribable evil aura suddenly spread out. The black smoke filled the air. It swept towards everyone with an unimaginable and astonishing speed. A faint shadow could be faintly seen in the midst of the black smoke. Coo-coo-coo-coo. A series of eerie and strange laughter rang out. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 waters spirit moon. Dukyu, who had the highest cultivation among the group, was the first to make a move. Suddenly, an incomparably bright moonlight appeared in the dark forest. Dukyu was also the first to pounce out. The moonlight instantly transformed into a sharp long sword and violently slashed out. In Chu Yang's group, Duke Yu's cultivation was the highest. He had already reached the level of supreme martial artist. The enemy's strength was difficult to estimate. No matter what, Duke Yu had to be the first to block and create a gap for the others to deal with the enemy and counterattack. Almost at the same time, Chu Yang didn't say a word. The Calamity Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment it appeared, it had already violently exploded with bright light. It was like the most beautiful meteor, streaking across the sky. It followed closely behind Duke Yu and sped away. Chapter 1578. As Chu Yang sped up, the Tribulation Sword technique, which he had yet to meet a worthy opponent, was unleashed like flowing water. He had only dashed 30 feet forward, but the power of the sword light had already reached a terrifying level. Tribulation Sword technique, fully unleashed. A single ray of cold light is enough to cover 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep will not change, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous since ancient times, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east. The sun and moon are the lightning in my body. As both parties were already close to each other and their movement techniques were abnormally fast, Chu Yang could only unleash the power of the seventh superimposed move when he collided with the black smoke. The power of the sword move that he had been holding back exploded. In that instant, it was as if a small star had suddenly exploded in the sky. Compared to the cautiousness and nervousness of Chu Yang and the others, the heavenly fiend freak was so depressed that he almost vomited blood again. As soon as he appeared, he let out a few strange chuckles, which meant that he wanted to say a few opening words to show off his strength, intimidate them, and then calmly say, "Ha ha ha, you've come at the right time. I was just about to play a game with you." Of course, it was the game that cultivated the demonic nature, catalyzed the demonic heart, and then slowly extracted the heavenly demon's origin. Then, he would calmly deal with this bunch of arrogant fellows, turning those who had a future in the demonic path into his servants, and turning the rest into nutrients to recover from his injuries. Who would have thought that just as he finished his chuckles and before he could say anything, the other party actually couldn't wait to make the first move, rushing over like a mute. This change was really unexpected. Were the martial arts rules of this world so straightforward? Facing an enemy that they didn't know, they didn't even think about it first? Fighting right away? Where did this fucking logic come from? What kind of plane was this? Not to mention anything else, even in the heavenly imperial court, even if they were mortal enemies, they had to say a few words first before going through the motions. Even if it was just a few words of abuse, they had to at least open their mouths. How could they be like this bunch of country bumpkins here, directly starting a fight without saying anything? This was too straightforward. What kind of logic was this? What's the matter? Just as the heavenly demon eccentric was feeling extremely gloomy, Duke Yu's standard killer move, Myriad Mountains and Myriad Waters Moon Fairy, was about to reach him. An abnormally strong airflow. It was as if the bright moonlight was everywhere in the clear night sky, spreading out and descending from all directions. Not only was this move ferocious, it was also an indiscriminate attack that covered a wide area. This meant that Duke Yu alone had completely sealed off all the paths that the heavenly demons could take to attack Chu Yang and the others. Roar! The heavenly devil eccentric let out a low roar. A large black hand suddenly stretched out. With a swoosh, the huge hand stretched out for 10 feet in a strange manner, then clenched its 5 fingers in the air. Tens of thousands of wisps of black gas were emitted, and with a pop sound, the moonlight that filled the sky instantly dissipated. Duke Yu, who had suffered a huge counterattack, groaned in pain. The black fog continued to spread out, like countless black snakes slithering in all directions. If one were to observe carefully, they would be able to see that the black snakes formed by the black fog were actually faintly following their tracks. Countless black snakes blocked off Duke Yu's path of advance and retreat, burying him within the black fog. In just one move, Duke Yu immediately fell into a passive state. The terror of the heavenly demons could be seen from this. It could be said that if Duke Yu was here alone, he would have fallen into a huge predicament where he could not escape. Even if he could use a strong move to break out of the encirclement, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. However, Elder Yu wasn't alone. He had Chu Yang by his side. The tribulation sword light suddenly lit up like a blazing sun in the sky. Illuminating the universe, the tribulation sword's momentum was like a tidal wave, unceasing and unceasing. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, rushing past Duke Yu's side. It was just a single sword light, but it gave off a majestic feeling. It was fierce and domineering, as if it could destroy anything. However, the heavenly demon eccentric was not tough. It was soft, almost completely soft. Another large black hand formed from the black fog. Bang, bang, bang. In an extremely short period of time, it struck 3 times in a row. It struck the tribulation sword's sword light fiercely. Chu Yang only felt that his unparalleled divine sword seemed to have sunk into an extremely viscous water in an instant. The supreme sharpness was actually slowly being stuck. All the sword energy that had been accumulated to the extreme, the surging sword energy that was on the verge of exploding, could not burst out. Kill. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. With a loud shout, he injected all his cultivation into the tribulation sword without holding back. With a boom, the illusory black hand disappeared, and the black fog also suddenly scattered. The sword energy that was temporarily suppressed finally erupted to the extreme and completely exploded. A strange light flashed past the heavenly demon eccentric's eyes. He laughed and said, "Interesting. The heavenly demon's aura had always been fearless of any weapon in the world. Even if it was a heavenly weapon, it would not be able to cause any damage to the heavenly demon's aura if it was not accompanied by a special technique. But now, he actually felt that the sword light of this strange sword could actually restrain and faintly devour the heavenly demon's aura. Although the other party's cultivation was shallow and could not fully unleash the power of this sword, it did indeed give him an extremely dangerous feeling. The next moment, another large hand appeared out of thin air and actually grabbed the sword energy that had erupted. This time, the heavenly demon's strength was clearly twice as strong. The sharp sword energy that should have been invincible rushed left and right in his hand, bursting out in all directions, causing small holes to appear in his large palm. But this large hand actually still existed. But it was this little buffer of time. Gu Duxing also arrived. With a loud roar, his body and sword became one. His thin body flew into the air. The black dragon sword was like an ancient evil dragon, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It flashed with a dazzling brilliance as it broke through the air. At the same time, Dong Wushang's roar was like thunder. His burly body carried a rustling sound as he leaped into the air like a deity. His black saber was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed down fiercely. That strange man was holding onto Duke Yu's moonlight heavenly saber with one hand and Chu Yang's 7 tribulations swords with the other. He was still calm and composed. With a whistling sound, another 2 huge hands appeared out of thin air. One of them went up against Gu Duxing's man and sword unification, while the other went up against Dong Wushang's ferocious saber. His body actually had 4 hands. And the feeling he gave people, it was as if they were all real. Facing the joint attack of 4 great experts alone, he was actually still able to handle it with ease. Not only was he able to handle it with ease, the result of this clash of attacks was actually, Gu Duxing coughed and his face flushed. Dong Wushang snorted and his eyes widened. The Sword King and Saber Emperor were both injured. The heavenly demon's strange person fought against 4 alone. He actually had the upper hand. However, a brilliant and beautiful flower bloomed in front of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang without any warning. At the same time, endless killing intent suddenly exploded. The dazzling beauty bloomed and slashed at the wrists of the 2 black hands. Viburnum flower. Xie Danxiong made his move. It was a beauty that was enough to mesmerize people to death. The heavenly demon's strange person who seemed to have the upper hand also let out a muffled snort. The sound was extremely strange, like a broken string being pulled out of a broken tune. Then, another hand appeared out of the black fog. It grabbed the blooming viburnum flower in the palm of its hand. With a loud roar, it destroyed the flower. The infinitely beautiful viburnum flower was annihilated in an instant. 5 hands now. Xia Danxiong, who was destroyed, trembled in the air and almost fell to the ground. A dark red color appeared at the corner of his mouth. His cultivation was slightly inferior to Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. Moreover, the viburnum flower was his life weapon. Now that the viburnum flower was broken, it meant that he was also injured. In terms of injuries, he was even more injured than Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. Roar! There was a loud dragon roar. Golden light flashed in the forest, and a 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Shaking its head and tail, it suddenly plunged into the black fog. It's actually a dragon? The heavenly demon's strange person's eyes flashed. It was only now that he was really interested in this sudden battle. It was as if night and day had suddenly changed at this moment. This time, it spat out a thick black gas from its mouth. Then, a big black hand rushed out from the black gas like a bolt of lightning. This new hand was huge, and it grabbed the golden dragon's neck and twisted it. Roar! There was a scream. The golden dragon image collapsed in an instant, revealing Ao Xieyun's figure. The domineering sword pierced into the black shadow's body. The heavenly demon's strange person looked up at the sky and let out a strange cry. Resisting the pain, the black hand exerted force. Ao Xieyun let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the golden light was faint, in the instant it stopped in the air. Another blazing white light flashed. Rue Batong let out a long roar, like the cry of a phoenix in the sky. A ball of flame burned fiercely. The nirvana flame reappeared in the world. Once the nirvana flame appeared, it had already protected all the brothers behind it. The flame rolled wildly, making a hissing sound, and burned forward. Where the flame passed, only a piece of white land was left. The heavenly demon's strange person shouted, "There's still a phoenix?" The demonic aura surged and once again transformed into a big black hand that covered the sky, as if it wanted to slap the nirvana flame into the ground. The demonic aura surged, making hissing sounds. The heavenly demon's strange person had already exerted all his strength. None of the opponents in front of him were too powerful, but each of them had their own characteristics and styles. The fairy could restrain the heavenly demon aura, and the calamity sword could devour the heavenly demon aura. These were all special first encounters. Gu Duxing's sharpness and Dong Wushang's dominance were also a kind of power that could threaten the heavenly demon's life. The blooming of the viburnum flower caused the heavenly demon aura to stir. This was the reason why the heavenly demon wanted to kill Xia Danxiong. And the power of the dragon and phoenix that followed could also dissolve the heavenly demon aura and even directly eliminate it into nothingness. Everyone's power could actually cause harm to the heavenly demon. This was really too unexpected for this heavenly demon strange person. There was actually such a thing in the world? The heavenly demon divine power that had always been unrivaled in the world actually met its nemesis in such a low-level plane? Chapter 1579. In a moment of carelessness, the heavenly demon was already injured. The heavenly demon eccentric immediately restrained his underestimation. The heavenly demon eccentric roared, full of heartache and anger, "Damn Phoenix, damn Nirvana flame." With a thought, another big hand came out. This one was more solid, and it grabbed down brazenly. The heavenly demon eccentric looked calm and confident on the surface, but he was already complaining in his heart, "I don't know where so many strange bastards came from. Their cultivation is nothing, but each of their attacks is so strange and unexpected. Do they want to die?" The heavenly demon chi was not afraid of any weapons, but it had little effect on the nirvana flame. Moreover, it was faintly restrained by the nirvana flame. However, Rue Budong's cultivation was still shallow. After a moment of stalemate, the demonic chi continued to surge and roll, and it had already surrounded the nirvana flame. Water could extinguish fire, but fire could boil water. When the demonic chi was strong enough, the nirvana flame would be suppressed instead. "Awa!" Luo Kugdi leaped up and rushed into the nirvana flame without any regard for his own safety. His sword flashed with green light, and like lightning, it suddenly crossed the sky. He dashed left and right in the black fog and shouted, Your second master Luo has a sword. Dog ant. GMO also suddenly appeared from another direction and shouted, "What kind of monster is this? See how Second Master G will teach you a lesson." Finally, someone said something, and he actually cursed. Fuck. There are still two more. I'll fight. The heavenly demon eccentric, who had almost no energy left, was sad. He forced himself to urge his demonic chi to surge again. Another two big black hands came out and faced Jimo's and Luo Kudi's swords. All these happened almost at the same time. The heavenly demon eccentric had already summoned two black hands one after another, and they fought fiercely against this wave of attacks. There was no difference at all. Broken heart demon soul. Emotion's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and the copper coin whizzed into the air. It was like a small sun, emitting whistling sounds in the wind. Its momentum was terrifying. Broken devil soul? Hearing the name of this move, it was undoubtedly extremely tyrannical. The heavenly fiend eccentric was shocked. Could it be a technique that targeted heavenly demons? How could he dare to be careless? He forced himself to conjure up another hand and grabbed at the copper coin. However, before his hand could even touch the copper coin, it had already disappeared without a trace. Emotion laughed, "Idiot. You really believed me when I said broken Emohan? You." The heavenly devil eccentric almost vomited blood, but taking advantage of this rare gap, Emotion let out a long howl, blow through the heavenly lake. "Only I can wield the purple jade flute." A purple light flashed in his palm, and a purple jade flute appeared out of thin air. It was as if a purple jade flute had materialized out of thin air. It rose high into the air and issued a whistling sound as it flew out like a bolt of lightning. This is the killing move? The heavenly fiend eccentric saw that the enemy was not ordinary, but he still did not dare to be careless. The large hand suddenly changed direction and grabbed at the purple jade flute. "I was right to call you an idiot. Your killing move is a sword. Have you ever seen someone kill someone with a flute?" Emotion once again mocked him mercilessly. The purple jade flute had unknowingly turned into a long sword shining with green light. The sword swept across the sky and actually cut off one of the large black hands. The heavenly fiend eccentric screamed and said angrily, "Despicable person! So your killing move is a sword." Biamo hurriedly activated his demonic energy again. He used almost all of his strength to grab at Emotion's sword. He hated the owner of the sword to the core. He was determined to grab the sword in his hand and immediately crush this despicable sword. It was really too despicable. "You're simply an idiot. You know clearly who is the enemy, and you dare to believe what I say." You actually fell for it again and again. The sword in Emotion's hand flashed and suddenly turned into a flute. "Actually, my killing move is really a flute. You believe everything I say. How can you be so honest?" The purple light flashed and suddenly whipped the back of the heavenly fiend eccentric's large black hand. The heavenly fiend eccentric misjudged again and was whipped until his demonic soul trembled. He roared angrily and in anger. He actually didn't hesitate to explode his demonic soul with black energy to wrap around the purple jade flute. At this moment, the green light flashed and Emotion's sword left his hand. With a schwa sound, it rushed into the black fog and entered the heavenly fiend eccentric's hazy body like lightning. It accurately hit the left side of his chest. It really is a sword. Emotion didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are all heavenly fiends as brainless as you? If they were really like you, then I would be relaxed. However, there is no sense of accomplishment in playing with an idiot. The heavenly fiend eccentric spat out a mouthful of black blood. When the black blood touched the wind, it turned into black smoke and immediately dissipated. This time, he was seriously injured. Half of it was because his vital parts were injured, but more of it was because he was angry. The heavenly fiend eccentric felt that he had never been so angry before. Emole, her slim figure suddenly disappeared. In the heavenly fiend's black energy, her black demon fleeing shadow was even more effective. As the sword light flashed, 3 short swords rushed into the black fog and stabbed into the heavenly fiend eccentric's body at close range. "Ah, how dare you!" The heavenly fiend eccentric, who was injured again, screamed loudly. The demonic energy suddenly exploded and covered the sky. Bang! This palm actually hit Imole accurately. Imole let out a soft groan and her whole body flew out. However, this heavenly fiend's attack had a far-reaching impact on the overall situation. This time, the demonic energy exploded and loosened a little. Chu Yang, Wei Gong, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang and the others immediately broke free from the demonic energy and flew away. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly flashed. It was like a dream, like an illusion. It was hazy and hazy. Imo Qingwu's graceful figure flew high up in the sky. In an instant, a red shadow danced between heaven and earth. She shouted in a delicate voice, "Heavenly dance, a dance between heaven and earth." In the dreamy and illusory dance, the Qingwu dream saber turned into dreamy lightning and slashed down continuously. After slashing into the demonic fog, the saber blade actually ignored the demonic energy as if it was nothing. 3 consecutive slashes cut through the demonic fog and black energy, penetrating and hitting the heavenly fiend eccentric's body. With a soft sound, half of his arm fell to the ground. It was the heavenly fiend eccentric's physical body that was injured, and not the huge hand formed by the demonic energy that was broken. This attack was a real accident, a big accident. It was out of everyone's expectations, regardless of friend or foe. An earth-shattering scream sounded. What kind of technique is this? Damn it. How can there be such a technique and such a divine weapon in such a low-level attack plane? How can it be? This is impossible. A scream sounded. Chu Yang shouted fiercely, "Calamity sword!" Slash. Sword light surged rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The last 12 moves of Calamity Sword were all pushed out. The Calamity Sword's momentum was fully activated. A blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld. It cuts through the mortal world. Everything ends where the blade is. Iron walls and copper walls never end. What more can one ask for in life? Clouds and clouds gather. You have no worries when I'm alive. The hidden blade hides the light until the night ends, strategizing for days and months. I'd rather hide my entire life. Instead, I've become a killing frenzy. Duke Wei, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiong, Rui Budong. GMO and Luo Kadi rushed forward at the same time and attacked with all their might. Dong Wushang was heartbroken that his beloved wife was injured. He attacked crazily as if he didn't care about his life. The heavy black saber was like a mountain that kept smashing down violently. Mo Tianji floated back and panted heavily. Just now, using his intelligence to confuse the enemy and getting lucky was already his limit. At this moment, fighting with all his might was no longer suitable for Mo Tianji. Forcing himself to attack would only be superfluous and even a burden. Mo Qingwu's heavenly dance. It greatly restrained the demonic aura and extinguished its sharpness. Rui Budong's Nirvana flame also had the ability to burn and annihilate the demonic aura and reduce its sharpness. Chu Yang's Calamity Sword with all his might further dispersed the demonic aura. The others fought with all their might and wanted to finish the job in one go. Boom! Both sides fought head-on. The heavenly demon eccentric screamed in disbelief. Ridiculous! However, it was spewing out black blood all the way. Like a wisp of black smoke, half of it drilled into the ground while the other half rushed up into the sky. It suddenly escaped from the battle and twisted in the air. The 2 wisps of black smoke merged together again and condensed into dense smoke. Then, the black smoke slowly disappeared and finally revealed its true appearance. Ridiculous. It was indeed ridiculous. I, the great celestial demon, am such an awesome character. But in this low-level trash plane, I was actually injured to this extent by a dozen ants working together. On the ground, there was a broken limb wriggling and emitting faint black smoke. Rui Budong took a big stride forward, and the Nirvana flame in his palm burst out. He grabbed the severed hand, and the Nirvana flame suddenly expanded, completely surrounding the severed hand. The blazing white flame burned fiercely. Rui Budong was the most suitable person for this job. Against a demon without any follow-up power, it would only be annihilated by the Nirvana flame. The broken hand twisted, struggled, and jumped in the phoenix flames. It was in pain as if it was alive, but the outcome was already decided. In the distance, the heavenly demon eccentric just watched quietly. His eyes revealed infinite anger and heartache, but strangely, he did not come forward to snatch it. In the end, the broken hand was completely roasted by the nirvana flame. It turned into black smoke and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The only thing left behind was a strange smell that drifted in the air. It smelled like a roasted pig trotter. In the sky, the heavenly demon eccentric just watched everything that happened coldly. In an instant, the demonic aura on his body surged. The big hole in his chest and the various wounds on his body were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The left hand that was chopped off previously was exposed like a piece of wood outside his sleeve. As the demonic aura continued to surge, a new palm slowly grew out of the broken arm. Wrist, palm, fingers. It was born out of thin air just like that. In the blink of an eye, it recovered to its original state. It moved its fingers and was actually nimble and free. It cackled strangely. Such a scene was simply inconceivable. It was unseen and unheard of. All the brothers were stunned for a moment. There was actually such a thing. Chapter 1580. Chu Yang and the others all had extremely grave expressions on their faces. They didn't slack off just because the extraterrestrial demon had retreated. The series of attacks just now could be said to be Mo Tianji's meticulous masterpiece. Every link, every possibility, and all the reactions of the other party were all within Mo Tianji's calculations and within this intricate plan. Link after link, the more they acted out, the stronger they became, and the connection was seamless. In the end, the scene of the brothers escaping at the same time and attacking at the same time even unleashed the greatest power and the most extreme power. Chu Yang was absolutely confident that even if it was Ning Tianya, the Dharma Supreme, or Wu Jueqing, facing such an attack alone, they would definitely be injured, and definitely not lightly. But although this monster in front of him was also injured, he didn't seem to care much about it, and he could even recover so quickly. Just this point alone was already superior to any expert in the Heavens continent. Even if there was still a certain gap between his strength and that of Big Sister Zi Xueqing back then, he was still superior to any other expert. This was Chu Yang's conclusion. The extraterrestrial demon monster's face was calm and unruffled, as if victory was in his hands and he was full of confidence. But in reality, his heart was aching so much that it was about to bleed. Damn it! This bunch of bastards actually had such a strange attack method. This round of attacks had completely scattered the nourishment of the extraterrestrial demon's origin source that he had just absorbed. Even after this serious injury, his body's condition was actually a little weaker than when he had just come down. This was really bad. Yesterday, he had just gone up to heaven, and today, he was beaten down to hell? What the fuck is this? Could it be that this trash plane is my nemesis? Or could it be that I will be bitten to death by a bunch of ants? The demon heart hesitated. Although his thoughts were running wild, his expression remained unchanged. Then, he even let out a strange laugh. Hee, very impressive. I didn't expect that a dozen small ants could actually injure my lord extraterrestrial demon a little. Although it's a little forced, it's already the limit, right? But it's still not bad, worthy of praise. GMO said in surprise, "You can speak human language?" Just now, I thought it was an illusion. It turns out that you really can speak human language. A devil can speak human language. Or is it a devil? Is it a human devil or a devil? Luo Kadi laughed when he heard this. Mo Tianji also laughed. He looked at the heavenly demon eccentric and said, "We have indeed reached our limit. However, did you really only suffer some minor injuries?" Of course, Mo Qingwu had to play along with her second brother. She pursed her lips and smiled. Demons from the outside. There's an old saying in our heavenly layer that a liar is not a good child. Even good children don't lie. Is it that you demons are not good children? Otherwise, why would you lie through your teeth? Hearing this, the heavenly fiend eccentric flew into a rage and shouted, "Who said this lord was boasting? This lord's skills are peerless, and I'm the only one in the world. How can my abilities be guessed by you bunch of ants? You're not lying? Are you sure you're not lying? It doesn't look like it. It really doesn't look like it. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like it. Everyone started to question and ridicule him. The heavenly fiend eccentric became even more enraged. The heavenly demon was even more humiliated and annoyed. As his mind turned, he actually suppressed his anger and said in a gentle voice, "This lord is broad-minded like the sea and disdains to lower myself to the level of a group of ants like you. However, you need to give me an explanation for your disrespect to this lord. This lord is benevolent and will not do anything to you. You can play a game with me as an apology." What? Play a game? The brothers almost fainted in unison. The heavenly clan was in the midst of a great battle. Everyone was ready to fight. However, this guy instantly changed the topic. He actually went so far away from the topic. In an instant, he was going to apologize and play a game. Yes, just play a game. A very simple game. Anyone will do. If you play with me, I won't fuss about your surprise attack just now. I'm very magnanimous, right? The heavenly fiend eccentric was very proud. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. It's a simple game of choice. If you pass my game, I can grant you a request. A request? Is it any request? Emotion asked solemnly. Tribulation's mental fortitude was still very impressive. When the others were still a little dizzy and didn't know what to do, the master of calculation and manipulation had already started a new plan. It was unknown whether the heavenly fiend would fall into Tribulation's trap or fall into the heavenly fiend's trap. Of course. Could it be that I would go back on my word to ants like you? The heavenly fiend eccentric raised his head and said arrogantly, "You must also understand that each of you has your own special skills. If you all come at me together, I won't be able to beat you since I'm still seriously injured. However, if I deliberately avoid your attacks and retreat, it's not difficult. You can't stay together forever. As long as one of you is alone, that person will be dead. This isn't a bluff, right? However, as long as you play a game with me and let me have my fill, then the grudge of this battle will be written off. Also, if any of you can beat me, I can grant you a request. Any request, any request." To be honest, the heavenly fiend eccentric's words were really irresistible. At this moment, the sky was suddenly filled with a mysterious power. In midair, the elder exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed. Each of you has your own special skills. This battle has really given me a lot of surprises." Master, what are you doing?" Shuelehan was making hand seals with both hands and was emitting an unusually mysterious power. "Don't be so nervous. I just want to see how Chu Yang plays the game, and I believe that the real surprise is still to come. You're in for a treat today." Shuelehan smiled slightly. This heavenly fiend game isn't fun. With just the few of them, the situation isn't very optimistic. The elder was anxious. Most importantly, once the heavenly fiend heart destruction is completed, the result will be difficult to reverse. That's the heavenly fiend's instincts, not the difference in strength. Once the result is confirmed, even if we attack again, we won't be able to change the final result. Shuelehan said indifferently, "Don't be so nervous. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. What you need to do now is just to watch quietly." Below, Chu Yang and Emotion secretly exchanged glances. Both of them could see doubt and Jean Fan in each other's eyes. If the heavenly fiend intended to use playing a game to replace the decisive battle, then this game was definitely not to be taken lightly. The degree of danger might not be lower than the decisive battle. Indeed, as the heavenly fiend said, he had the ability to escape unscathed and could also hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, as long as they didn't fall behind and left the fairy forest, the heavenly fiend would also be helpless against them. They might even have a chance of defeating the heavenly fiend if they fought together. However, if they allowed the heavenly fiend to control the situation, it would be a bad idea. The two of them looked at each other and made the same decision. Reject? Emotion was even prepared to make a hand gesture for everyone to use their ultimate skills and attack together to see if they could encircle the heavenly fiend. Even if they failed, they could at most retreat slowly and leave the fairy forest temporarily. They were confident that they could escape unscathed. Just as Emo Tianji was about to make a move, Chu Yang inexplicably felt as if his own spirit was about to flutter a little. He actually wanted to accept this kind of game. He was startled in his heart. Then, he firmly shook his head and said, "No." Above his head, Shuele Han's eyes were filled with extreme surprise. Then, he increased the output of his soul again. The eyes of the elder at the side almost popped out of their sockets. The Lord had already released his own soul power. Obviously, he wanted to facilitate this game. However, he didn't expect that this Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang could actually resist the Lord's method. This was simply inconceivable. Not to mention a low-level realm like the Heavens. Even in the Heavens Imperial Court, there were so many geniuses from super clans who couldn't resist any bit of Shuele Han soul power. No one could. Then, how did this Chu Yang do it? Emo Tianji and the others were already prepared. Was the Heavenly Fiend's game fun? Falling into the other party's trap and being led by the other party was absolutely unacceptable. Then, they would let their fists do the talking. The brothers received Emo Tianji's hand gesture and secretly accumulated their power. They were only waiting for Chu Yang to say no before they attacked again. Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth. What he said shocked everyone. They almost broke down together. "Okay, I'll play a game with you. I want to see how simple this so-called simple choice game is and how to choose." Emo Tianji suddenly turned his head. "Chu Yang? You?" Chu Yang calmed himself down and smiled bitterly in his heart. Actually, he had already vaguely sensed something. Someone was probably exerting pressure on him, but this person was definitely not the Heavenly Fiend in front of him. At first, he also suspected that the Heavenly Fiend had used some kind of bewitching technique on him to lure him into playing the game. Naturally, he tried his best to resist the temptation. However, that external force was really too strong. In the end, he even lost control of himself and actually agreed to play the game. However, Chu Yang also confirmed another thing because of this. There was another expert present, and this expert's strength was boundless. Not to mention his brothers, even the Heavenly Fiend in front of him was far from being able to match him. But this kind of thing couldn't be said clearly. If he really said that someone was controlling him, Emo Tianji and the others would definitely fight it out with that person. Since the other party had such unfathomable and terrifying strength, how could they be a match for him? Once there was a conflict, they would only be courting death. Since there was no way to resist, then let me face it. So, Chu Yang chose to face the danger alone. He would rather take the risk alone than drag everyone back to their hometown. Chapter 1581. Although it was a risky game, Chu Yang had a vague guess in his heart. This person in the dark might not be an enemy. If this person was an enemy, he could have just killed Chu Yang directly. There was no need to go through so much trouble to be mysterious. But now, this was the outcome. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly, and he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be Shuele Han, or someone on Shuele Han's side? If that was the case, then he would definitely not be in danger. But that might not be the case for Gu Duxing and the others. So, Chu Yang immediately announced that he would be participating in the game alone. Since the situation had been determined, then he would lock the situation in the way that was most beneficial to him. A crisis might be a turning point. Emo Tianji took a deep breath. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yang for a long while. He keenly captured the trace of helplessness and urgency in Chu Yang's eyes. He couldn't help but be startled. But he immediately calmed down and said, "It's a good thing that we don't have to fight and kill. We brothers will wait for boss's triumphant return." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. He let go of Emo Qingwu's small hand and took a step forward. The strange man didn't notice anything unusual. He laughed strangely and said, "Good courage. Since that's the case, then take 10 steps forward." In the strange man's mind, the conditions he offered were so good. How could the other party refuse? It was worth it to be able to get rid of an invincible enemy like himself without taking any risks. Chu Yang smiled and walked out in large strides. He didn't hesitate or waver in the slightest. Whether it was voluntary or forced, since he had decided, then he would go forward bravely. Behind him, Mo Qingwu's small hands were tightly twisted together, her knuckles turning white. Mo Tianji's shoulders sank slightly. He patted his sister's shoulder lightly and said, "Don't worry. Chu Yang is confident. You've seen him before. He didn't act only when he was fully prepared." Mo Qingwu nodded in a daze. At this moment, she was so worried that she didn't even listen to Mo Tianji's comforting words. The heavenly devil freak let out a strange laugh. He raised his hands, and a thick black fog sprayed out, shrouding Chu Yang within it. "My lord, it's not that I'm being long-winded, but if you change your mind now, it's not too late." Although the heavenly demon heart crushes isn't a high-level demonic art, it's still a trick of the heavenly demon's origin. Once it succeeds, it's irreversible. The old man in the sky looked at the rising demonic fog and said worriedly, "Only with a stable spirituality can one not be afraid of external demons. One must at least be at the earth level." This Chu Yang's achievements are not bad, but he is only at the Xin level. He is far from reaching the level of an earth-level spirituality. Everyone's heart has a demonic nature. Under the earth level, it is difficult to turn back from it. If one cannot suppress it, it is too risky. There's no need to take risks. "Why don't we?" Shuele Han said indifferently. "It's all right. I believe in Chu Yang. Prime Minister, in this world, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. It's a blessing for cultivators to have a stable spirituality, so that they won't have to be afraid of being attacked by external demons. But once the spirituality is stable, you'll lose the chance to train your spirituality. This would be a great regret for the future walk of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, it is very likely to lead to a premature end. Now that Chu Yang has accepted the heavenly demon's training at the Xin level, he will try the most important and dangerous stage of the walk of the heavenly Tao in advance after reaching the heaven level. As long as he passes it, there will naturally be great benefits. Compared to each other, which is more important, you should know clearly, Prime Minister." The old man sighed and said no more. But in his heart, he thought, which is more important? There will only be great benefits if he passes it. If he doesn't pass it, then it's just a fart Qihang Room S to be able to pass the heavenly demon's training and succeed at the Xin level. How many people are there in the entire Heaven Imperial Court? In the past, in order to fight against the heavenly demons, the Heaven Imperial Court had also carried out similar heavenly demons training. However, for 3 consecutive years, more than 30,000 of the geniuses nurtured by the various clans and sects had their demonic nature forced out. They had no choice but to kill them immediately to eliminate the hidden dangers, causing the various clans to retaliate fiercely. More than 30,000 people, not many of them were so-called heroes, geniuses, and geniuses. But was there any exception? Since then, no one in the entire Heaven Imperial Court did that again. Why are you so sure that Chu Yang can pass it? Can you give me a reason that makes me feel at ease? Can you? Energy. Wood. Energy? This was really puzzling. To be honest, I have another motive. I really want to know, among those dazzling choices, how will Chu Yang choose? How will he give up? Shuele Han smiled. The old man stared at him, completely speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that his lord actually had such curiosity, and it was towards such a weak martial artist. Trash martial artist. Even if he was a trash martial artist, with Chu Yang's current cultivation, in front of these two people, he could only be described as a trash martial artist. There were countless geniuses in the Heaven Imperial Court. Even those who were stronger and more talented than Chu Yang in front of him were also numerous, perhaps even innumerable. But his lord had never been interested in any of the young people. What was going on today? Little did he know that Shuele Han was also secretly thinking, I really want to see what's so strange about this Chu Yang that he actually has the qualifications to become the last generation's calamity swordmaster and bear the attention of those two mighty people. What was the reason? What was the reason? What was the reason? What was so different about him? Today was a rare opportunity. Of course, he had to take a good look, demonic array. Seeing that Chu Yang had entered the realm of the game and was completely enveloped by the entire battle array, the heavenly devil eccentric released his divine sense to probe the origin of Chu Yang's temperament. He was immediately overjoyed. The depth of this Chu Yang's origin is far beyond that of the previous guy. I've struck it rich this time. If he could induce the heavenly devil's origin, this, at least, would allow Elder to recover more than 15% of his cultivation. I'm rich this time. But this guy was so young. How could he have such a strong mental strength? Just as the heavenly demon was puzzled, he heard Chu Yang ask, "Why haven't you started? Are you impatient? This lord inadvertently let you live a little longer, but you're getting impatient. The game has already begun." Kikik, the heavenly demon hurriedly woke up from his thoughts and let out a burst of uncontrollable laughter of excitement. "Little, you're the one who delivered yourself to me. If it were a few days ago, I really wouldn't have much confidence in dealing with an ordinary person like you. But now, I already have a heavenly devil's origin in my hands. Dealing with an ordinary person like you, who isn't even considered a fledgling demon, is no longer difficult. Start. The game is like this. Choices." The heavenly devil eccentric began to explain the rules of the game. "At most, you can only choose one," said the heavenly devil eccentric. Then, the demonic array was immediately activated. If Chu Yang had seen the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue's choices before, he would definitely realize that the time taken for the heavenly devil array to set up now was more than twice as short as before. In other words, the power of the demonic array now was more than twice as strong as what Yi Zue had experienced. It was even more dangerous and unpredictable. Chu Yang nodded. Looking at the 50 items spinning in front of him, his gaze was slightly out of focus. He was also rather amazed. The 50 items included almost all the desires of the human heart. All the dreams in life were contained here, regardless of whether it was for good or evil. After the heavenly devil eccentric urged him several times, Chu Yang finally raised his finger and began to choose. Golden light flashed before his eyes. Item by item slowly slid past, each item able to tug at one's heartstrings. Lifelong companions. After Chu Yang began to choose, these 4 words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. His fingers moved like the wind, and the first item he chose was this item. "In the world of mortals, if I could accompany my beloved for life, my life would not be in vain. Husband and wife in youth, companionship in old age." This was also what Chu Yang valued the most. The regrets of his previous life filled Chu Yang with an obsession towards the item of lifelong companions, to grow old together and accompany for life. Imo Qinggu, Tai Butian, her. He wondered what these girls would be like when they grew old. Chu Yang was fascinated. Then, lifelong companions. The second item. Without hesitation, Chu Yang clicked on it immediately. "My brothers, we share joys and sorrows, honor and disgrace. We go through mountains of blades and seas of fire together. We go through life and death together. We go to hell together." Chu Yang clicked on it. Looking at the 3 shining words lifelong companions, Chu Yang murmured, "If I become a legend one day, I hope that all of you will be part of my legend. If all of you become legends one day, I hope that all of you will be part of my legend. I will not forget the vow we made in the past." Then, it was his parents' clan. The third item. His father, his mother, created his own people. Although Chu Yang didn't spend much time with his parents because of his wandering life, his admiration for his parents wasn't inferior to other people's. Thinking of his mother Yang Ruolan's gentle and loving gaze, Chu Yang's heart felt warm. Even if the whole world was unreliable, his parents would always be reliable. No matter what his son did, his parents would always be tolerant. For the fourth item, Chu Yang clicked on blood brothers. There were still a few blood brothers in the younger generation of the Chu clan. Chu Yang sincerely hoped that these brothers could live in harmony. Then, for the fifth item, Chu Yang clicked on invincible in the world. This was the dream of everyone in the martial world, even ordinary people, as long as one was a man. Invincible in the world is already good enough. That I, the unique and righteous, is simply superfluous. If I, the unique and righteous, then what will happen to my parents and brothers? Will they all become my subordinates? Chu Yang sneered and clicked on all life in the world. The first item. I have never been a savior. I don't have such a great heart. But I grew up in this world. If all life in this world dies, then I will die too. My brothers, sisters, friends, brothers, and all my relatives, will also die. Moreover, this world is still full of kindness. After all, there are still many kind-hearted people. If I have the ability, what's the harm in saving them? Glory, splendor, and wealth are not necessary. With power, would I still be afraid of not having it? However, it is necessary to command the world. For some things, such as a battle with the extraterrestrial demons in the future, it will not work without enough power. That is indeed necessary. Chapter 1582. So far, he had already chosen 7 options. Looking at the remaining options, Chu Yang thought, there's still immortality, but if I'm the only one who's immortal, a few hundred years or a few thousand years later, it'll be a nightmare. If that's really the case, I'd rather die with everyone. What a useless option. After hesitating for a while, he actually didn't choose. Then, he clicked on the next option. Repay kindness and revenge? In life, a real man should repay kindness and revenge as he pleases. When it's time to draw the sword, I'll draw the sword. Chu Yang thought of the divination where Shui Leihan had transformed into an old man and smiled in his heart. A sword across the world. Kill those who should be killed. Don't make things difficult for them. The sea of blood has its own path of light. Not bad. As for the last option, Chu Yang didn't hesitate anymore and directly clicked on carefree for a lifetime. As a person, if possible, his greatest wish is to be carefree for a lifetime. If there are still so many restrictions, then it's really meaningless. Chu Yang laughed and said, I'm done choosing. Lifelong companions, life and death brothers, parents, blood brothers, invincible in the world, commanding the world, repaying kindness and revenge as he pleases, carefree for a lifetime. Not bad. Not a bad choice. There was a hint of approval in the strange and cold voice of the heavenly demon, but also a hint of joy. Joy came from the bottom of his heart. With Chu Yang's choice, the heavenly demon felt that his chances of demonizing Chu Yang had increased by a few notches. You're very impressive, choosing the brighter side of human nature. Hee, this is good too. In this case, I'll be able to reach the bottom line in your heart after a few rounds. It's even more beneficial for awakening the demon heart and summoning the heavenly demon's origin. The heavenly demon was obviously more confident in winning this game and taking down Chu Yang. Even if it wasn't 100% certain, it was very close. Since you're done choosing, why don't you take a break, and then we'll move on to the next round of the game. The heavenly demon grinned and persuaded him in a seemingly kind manner. A short break was necessary. Let these things stay in your mind for a while longer and savor the wonderful taste. When you give up later, the torture you'll suffer will be relatively greater. Chu Yang didn't reject the heavenly demon's kind advice. He really felt and savored it with great interest. When I reach the top, my brothers will be by my side, looking down on the world with me. With a single palm, the wind and clouds swallowed the sun and moon. To live a carefree life, in my life, no matter if it was hard times or when I was at the peak of success, I would always have a lifelong partner who would passionately accompany me, drunk on a beauty's lap, awake to control the world's power. Somewhere, my parents, brothers, and family are living a happy life, carefree and carefree. This was life, a perfect life. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Now, let's proceed to the final stage of the game. You must abandon the item you just chose, or else you'll die. The heavenly demon eccentric narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chu Yang, intoxicated. Damn it, why are you so invested? That's great. Start feeling the pain, little one. Abandon one? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked lazily, can you not abandon it? The heavenly fiend eccentric was exasperated. Did you not understand what I said? These were the rules of the game. If you don't, then die. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, it's that serious. Since that's the case, I'll remove the carefree title. After all, no matter who you are, it's impossible for you to be free and unfettered for your entire life. The so-called free and unfettered life also has its limits. Let's remove this. Okay, next, remove one more item. If you don't choose, you'll still die. Remove commanding the world. Tiring. Another one. Remove all living beings. Annoying. Chu Yang's choice was exceptionally fast, so fast that he didn't give the heavenly demon any time to count the number of people. As if he didn't think at all, he quickly made his choice without hesitation. Remove one more item. I'm not going. The heavenly demon was stunned. I must go. Otherwise, I'll die. If I remove it just because you say so, how shameful would I be? This isn't about the noodles. Even if it's not about the noodles, I won't go. All the more I won't go. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Besides, who do you think you are? If you say it's not about the noodles, then it's not about the noodles? In my opinion, this is precisely the noodles. You've already agreed to play the game. How can you go back on your word? The heavenly demon was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Fuck, how many tens of thousands of years had it been? This was the first time it had encountered such a troublesome person. Halfway through the game, he actually stopped? What was this? Noodles? At such a time, this guy could actually consider such a thing. He was really a weirdo. I'm not going back on my word. Aren't we playing? Chu Yang was unperturbed. You play yours, I play mine. Let's play together. No, these are the rules of the game. We have to play together. We have to go one item at a time. The heavenly demon panted heavily, having the urge to vomit blood. Those are your rules, not mine. Chu Yang didn't budge an inch. Your rules are nothing in my eyes. The heavenly demon was so angry that all the hair on his head stood up. You're not going? Humph. You'll remove it. He grinned hideously. Little one, you're forcing me to do this. The next moment, the demonic aura in this dark space suddenly surged rapidly. The heavenly demon array was the heavenly demon's home ground. Huh. You want to use violence? Fuck. Didn't you say we were playing a game? Why did you start playing this? This is a game. The heavenly demon grinned hideously. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. Chu Yang scolded. This sentence almost caused the heavenly demon to break down. Who's the shameless one here? You've already reached the peak of shamelessness, yet you still dare to scold others for being shameless? At this moment, Chu Yang's gaze froze. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. The next moment, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his head. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He said to the heavenly demon word by word, although I haven't finished playing this game, I've already understood the true meaning of this game. You heavenly demons use this method to let people choose first, let people get first, let people first taste the pleasure of getting first, and then deliberately set the items so that the numbers are relatively larger. Behind the wonderful taste, the pain is also relatively more terrifying. Then you force people to abandon. A person would of course abandon the things that have nothing to do with him, or those that have little to do with him. But as the process progresses, the pressure gradually increases and he can't take it anymore. He will inadvertently abandon some of the important things in his life. Finally, out of human self-defense, he will make a subconscious choice. And at that step, it's the beginning of true depravity. Slowly, like a river bursting its banks, once it started, it can't be stopped. He will also hand over his soul and become the same kind as you heavenly demons. Hee, good method. Really good method. Chu Yang roared. But old chalk is Chu Yang. The heavenly demon's strange person laughed sinisterly. Chu Yang? So what if he's Chu Yang? The heavenly demon's strange person really didn't think much of Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang's nature was astonishing, his cultivation was not as high as the Dharma Supreme's, and his experience naturally couldn't be compared to the Dharma Supreme who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The heavenly demon's strange person didn't believe that Chu Yang had any amazing method to turn the tables. Chu Yang said sternly, there are some things that Chu Yang would rather die than give up. You've lost this game. This isn't a game for me alone. This is a game for the two of us. No, a battle. And you have already lost this battle. The heavenly demon's strange person flew into a rage. Nonsense. Let's see who will lose. If you don't choose, then die. Suddenly, he released all of his consciousness. Demonic aura spread out fiercely. In an instant, dense smoke rose, and as if it had substance, it crazily burrowed into Chu Yang's brain. Murderous intent. This time, he really had the intention to kill. This person actually knew the true meaning of the game. He was actually able to deduce that this game was actually a game for the two of them. One attacked, the other defended. This was equivalent to a battle of beliefs. As long as the one who made the choice continued to make the choice, he would lose. But if he could persist and guard his heart, the heavenly demon would lose. This was also the real reason why Yizue won without making a choice that day. As the saying went, if one didn't find it strange, the strange would be defeated. Another important reason was that Chu Yang was ultimately not an embryonic demon who had cultivated demonic arts. This was something that Yizue couldn't compare to back then. Right now, Chu Yang's sea of consciousness was really boiling like a boiling pot. The indescribable pain assaulted Chu Yang, causing him to be on the verge of collapse. But Chu Yang clenched his teeth tightly and refused to retreat a single step. The heavenly demon howled, letting out a sound that sounded like the weeping of ghosts and the weeping of gods. A ferocious divine spirit energy rushed into Chu Yang's sea of consciousness with irresistible force. In the demonic array, I can go wherever I want. I can change you fundamentally. This is the benefit of having the heavenly demon's origin. If I hadn't obtained a portion of the heavenly demon's origin before this, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you right now. But now, I can only say that you're very unlucky. Before you came, I happened to obtain a portion of the most superior heavenly demon's origin in this plane. Waha! What a timely reign. With a single thought, a human demon could become a demon and a human. The flip of a thought could either transcend beyond the divine transformation stage or be consigned to eternal damnation. Chu Yang also didn't know that although this heavenly demon array was extremely dangerous, it was also a great test. If he could make it through, he would gain endless benefits in this lifetime. Although he didn't know, he still clenched his teeth and refused to budge an inch. I've already made up for the regrets in my previous life, and you actually want me to create new regrets? Dream on. Chu Yang couldn't speak right now. If he could, he would have spat on this guy's face and cursed, "Go fuck yourself." But right at this moment when the demonic aura was boiling wildly, Chu Yang's mental energy that was almost unrivaled in the heavenly continent finally started to really operate. It wasn't just operating, it was actually condensing a step further. Chu Yang's divine sense cultivation was still stuck at the supreme grade. If it was an ordinary person, their mental energy cultivation, according to common sense, would roughly be at that level. Even if it was because of the uniqueness of the martial technique, it could surpass the ordinary limits, but the effect of the increase was still limited. But don't forget, Chu Yang was reborn twice. Today, I was hit by a bolt from the blue. In the afternoon, just as I woke up, my wife came in with a very nervous expression and said, "There's something difficult to do." I asked, "What's the matter?" My wife said, "Our car broke the rules." I immediately smiled. I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just a deduction of points? The fine won't be too much. Just pay attention in the future. My wife cried. "It's not just a little." I was startled. "How many times?" My wife said timidly, "It's not just a few times. It's dozens of times. Also, the traffic laws have changed. Finding a person won't work. The deduction of points can only be done 3 times. I was dumbfounded. Dozens of times? How many points is this? How much is it? My wife said, "It's a total of 14 points. I immediately vomited blood and fainted. I shouted, "Fuck, how many days have you been driving? 14 points? A driver's license is only 12 points. What should I do?" My wife said weakly, "It's precisely because I don't know what to do that I'm looking for you." I slammed my head on the keyboard. Oh my God. 14 points. I'll do this again this afternoon. I called my comrade at the Gonji Security Bureau and told him about this matter. My comrade said, "Easy. How many times did you break the rules?" "I'll do it." I said, "Not many, just a little more points, 14 points." My comrade then became mute. After a while, he shouted, "Replace your prodigal wife." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the moment, there was nothing I could do. I want to check. They were all speeding in the same place, and they didn't follow the rules when making turns. When I asked, My wife widened her eyes and said, "How is that possible?" I sighed helplessly. The whole of Laiwu knows that there's a police car that stops at the bottom of the big hill every day to test for speeding, but you actually exceeded the speed limit at the same place 20 times. I've already lectured my wife for a few hours. What should I do now? If I had known, I would have driven. Although my skills are not good, at least, I wouldn't have exceeded the speed limit. Can't I drive as fast as a bull? Chapter 1583. Chu Yang's consciousness power encompassed 2 lifetimes. Naturally, it was different from ordinary people. Previously, it didn't show its power because there was a gap between his 2 lifetimes' consciousness, a flaw. That gap was Mo Qingwu. If it couldn't be resolved, the 2 lifetimes' consciousness wouldn't be able to fuse together. At most, they could only work together against external forces. But now, not only had Mo Qingwu found it, she had also made up for the regrets of her previous life. The gap between the 2 lifetimes' consciousness had been filled. The 2 lifetimes' consciousness power naturally blended together perfectly and even improved greatly. In addition, Chu Yang had coincidentally devoured the divine soul of the first Tribulation Swordmaster at the Lake of Despair. His divine soul was unparalleled in the Chongtian continent, surpassing both ancient and modern times. It was just that the soul power couldn't be used in this heavenly layer continent. There was almost no chance to train the soul power. No matter how strong the soul power was, it couldn't be used. It was like Chu Yang had a mountain of gold, but there was no room for him to spend it. Perhaps Chu Yang had an invincible divine technique. As long as he used it, he would be invincible in the world. But Chu Yang didn't have the opportunity to use this divine technique. He had obtained something, but had no use for it. The result was that it was like a pile of loose sand in Chu Yang's body. At this moment, the heavenly demon's tyrannical spirit power, soul power, and willpower had forcefully rushed in without any warning. This was something that no one could tolerate. In such a situation, there were usually only 2 outcomes. 1. He would be controlled by the heavenly demon and his own consciousness would dissipate. 2. He would completely expel the external enemy and restore his mind to a clear sky, protecting his sovereignty. This was a matter of life and death. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang's powerful soul power was fully activated for the first time. At the beginning, Chu Yang's divine soul had no room to resist the attack of the heavenly demon's exceptionally pure heavenly demon's divine soul source. Almost at the moment of contact, Chu Yang's divine soul was utterly defeated. His entire divine soul was dangerously close to collapse. This collapse almost made Chu Yang break down completely and become a complete idiot. This was a sign that his soul was about to be completely destroyed. However, as the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. At this moment, Chu Yang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. But his stubborn heart hadn't reduced in the slightest. He didn't know how to use his spiritual power to fight against the enemy in his sea of consciousness. However, he clearly knew one thing, and that was to resist. He had to use all his strength, all his possibilities, all his methods, and all his means to resist the enemy. With this thought, life was restored. Whatever the enemy charged at him, he would charge back at them the same way. In Chu Yang's sea of consciousness, gradually, sporadic resistance began to appear. However, this sporadic resistance was like a drop in the bucket in the face of the heavenly demon's immense pressure. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It could not even withstand a single blow. But after all, he had the consciousness to resist and counterattack. A single spark may not be able to start a prairie fire. The heavenly demon, who felt that victory was within his grasp, revealed a cruel smile. He felt that he had completely crushed the young man in front of him, and he felt extremely comfortable. The feeling of having everything within his control and being able to freely trample on, play with, and toy with his opponent was simply too wonderful. It was simply wonderful to the point he couldn't bear to end this game. It was completely out of his expectations. This guy's divine soul power was actually so strong. Even compared to his own, it was not inferior. But under the effect of his heavenly demon's power, he was actually unable to resist at all. He was completely at his own mercy. Hee. This was really a benefit bestowed by the demon lord. This level of spiritual energy was so pure that it had reached a certain level. Furthermore, it had not been used at all. How rare was this? Right now, right now, right now, there was only one last step to make the consciousness of the person in front of him dissipate. At that time, all of this will be mine. It's mine. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly demon stepped up his movements, intending to extinguish the last spark from Chu Yang. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally extremely limited sporadic resistance suddenly intensified. Moreover, there were even more resistance forces gathering from all directions. They actually turned around and surrounded the heavenly demon's divine soul power. It formed a reverse encirclement. This change in form was like an extremely huge mountain suddenly encountering the vicissitudes of life. The land at the foot of the mountain turned into the sea, and the mountain was completely surrounded by the sea. In the beginning, the mountain was surrounded by the sea, and the sea seemed to have the power to surround it. But the sea did not attack. In fact, it could not cause any substantial damage to the mountain. It only had the effect of trapping it. If one really wanted to damage the mountain, one could only rely on years of erosion and polishing. But the heavenly demon was not the mountain. The mountain may not be able to move, and could only be eroded by the sea, but the heavenly demon could move. It could even move on a large scale, to the extreme of its ability. Of course, Chu Yang's consciousness was also different from the seawater. The seawater could not attack or learn. It could only cycle over and over again, repeating its habitual actions. Although Chu Yang's divine soul could not attack, it could learn. And it could learn very quickly. It was so fast that it could scare people to death. Yes, it was so fast that it could scare a demon to death. Feeling the heavenly demon moving freely left and right, Chu Yang's thoughts flashed, as if he had figured out something and had some enlightenment. Enduring the intense pain in his head, which felt like it was about to explode, Chu Yang began to try to control his own divine soul for the first time. It was important for people to save themselves, to constantly strive for self-improvement, and to have an inextinguishable life force. This process was undoubtedly extremely painful. Moreover, Chu Yang could even feel that even if all the torture in the world were to be concentrated on a person's body at the same time, it might not be as painful as he was at this moment. But Chu Yang still gritted his teeth and persevered. Once he gave up, it was equivalent to giving up on himself, giving up on his lover, giving up on his life. He must not give up. If you were to use this move on others, you might not be able to endure it. But it is wrong to use it on me. Very wrong. Because I have been through hundreds of battles and have been through hundreds of battles. Back then, when Zi Sheqing used torture on me, she would do it more than 10 times a day. Although this move of yours is stronger than that, but it is only SOSO. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth curled up into a sneer even in such a bad situation. Counterattack. Counterattack. Again and again. Wave after wave of attacks, wave after wave of counterattacks came. The heavenly demon finally realized that something was wrong. At first, it thought that the other party's counterattack was just a last-ditch effort before death. But in the end, it was more and more powerful each time. What was going on? How was this still a last-ditch effort? It was simply a large-scale counterattack with each wave stronger than the previous one. Didn't this bastard not know how to condense his divine soul? How could it be? Sensing it carefully, the heavenly demon almost vomited blood. The frequency of the other party's movements was exactly the same as what it had done just now. There was no difference at all. What did this mean? This meant that under such circumstances, this young man was actually learning from the old thief, using the old tricks to fight and counterattack. Realizing this, the heavenly demon almost broke down. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this guy a little too weird? This Lord Heavenly Demon is here to destroy this fellow's divine sense, not to be his freaking teacher. Sensing the other party's counterattack, the Heavenly Demon was filled with a feeling of extreme depression. Suddenly, it raged even more violently. It didn't want to destroy, but wanted to make a mess. Let's see how you can learn and imitate me. Let's see how you can learn and imitate me. Chu Yang only felt that his pain had doubled again after a certain moment. If it was 1,000 cuts just now, it would be 2,000 cuts now. Chu Yang roared. Although he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, his mind was clear. On the contrary, due to the intense pain, his mind was incomparably clear. He carefully observed all of his opponent's movements, big and small, without missing a single detail. Once again, he imitated him and turned the world upside down. You want to turn my world upside down? I will also turn your world upside down. A strict teacher produces a fine student. This sentence was not wrong at all. Under the heavenly demon's life-threatening attacks, Minister Chu's improvement could be described as leaps and bounds. The heavenly demon roared angrily. Damn it! This time, it was really lifting a rock and smashing it on its own feet. Although it was the destruction it created, it was the original version, slightly more powerful than the other party's pirated version. But this was the other party's home ground after all. Originally, it was a complete body of divine soul power. With both sides stirring vigorously at the same time, it was forcefully stirred into 3 pieces. It became a battle of their own. Fuck you, evil old granny. This was a very vicious curse of the Celestial Demon clan. Now, this Lord Celestial Demon had cursed without hesitation. Immediately, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly gave up on causing trouble. The 3 parts of divine soul power broke through the encirclement and gathered together, hoping to be reunited. After all, after being separated, the power was not small. This time, Chu Yang was very smart. He did not follow suit. Instead, he tried his best to not let the 3 parts of divine soul power gather together. He thought of all ways to surround and intercept them. Whatever the enemy wants, I will not allow it. Not letting the enemy achieve their goal was undoubtedly the current highest strategy. At this moment, the heavenly demon actually felt that he was somewhat helpless. How could this be? Who would have thought that in less than half a cup of tea's time, he could actually teach such an outstanding disciple? This was really like seeing a ghost. Even a heavenly layer earth level person's divine soul power could not be compared to this bastard's. Even the strongest genius of the heavenly demon clan could not be faster than this kid. The heavenly demon finally felt some fear, because he suddenly realized that after his divine soul power was unexpectedly divided into 3 parts, there was a tendency to gradually shrink. It was even possible that it would eventually be annihilated. This. Chapter 1584. The heavenly demon was really scared out of his wits this time. Oh my demon ancestor! It actually devoured the divine soul. This was a terrifying power that hadn't appeared in a long time. Why did it appear in such a low-level, trashy plane, on such an ant? And I even encountered it? The most tragic thing was that I took the initiative to enter a sea of consciousness that could devour the divine soul. Furthermore, even the way the other party attacked him was something that he had learned from him. What's the matter with this evil demon? Oh my God. Hurry up and escape. Escape is the most important thing now. If I don't escape, my divine soul will be destroyed. The heavenly demon didn't want to force Chu Yang to make any choice now, because if he continued to force him, he would really be forced to his death. His divine soul would be destroyed and he would be doomed eternally. What the fuck? So, the heavenly demon started to break out desperately. However, in this way, the heavenly demon's divine soul still had an absolute advantage in terms of layout. Under such a powerful shock, Chu Yang's divine soul world was almost destroyed instantly. Chu Yang was shocked. He didn't know that this was just a way for the heavenly demon to break out and escape. Instead, he thought that the heavenly demon finally took out his trump card, intending to kill him in one fell swoop. In a moment of desperation, he actually used all his divine soul power without reservation. Even if his divine soul was destroyed, I must suppress him, completely suppress him. Suppress him, suppress him, suppress him, suppress him. Chu Yang roared madly in his heart. He still imitated the heavenly demon's actions at this moment. He also flipped over and over, twisting and tumbling, opposing tit for tat, refusing to yield an inch. However, The heavenly demon's purpose was to escape back into his body, while Chu Yang's divine soul power was originally in his body. Return? Where could he return to? The two intentions were poles apart, poles apart. However, under such repeated torment, Chu Yang's spiritual power went from fighting on its own to passively forming an army. Then, it gradually gathered together. Later on, it became more and more united. It grew stronger and more condensed. Finally, it turned into an iron plate. And this iron plate was still growing bigger and bigger. It could be said that today was the foundation for Chu Yang to become the #1 person in the history of the Heavenly Imperial Court. This foundation was extremely solid, because he was using the same method to deal with the enemy's spirit to condense his spirit. From ancient times until now, there had never been anyone who dared to make such a huge move when they were still in the Xin grade, because that would definitely be suicidal. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Furthermore, when one was at the Xin grade, it was impossible to use the power of one's soul. However, Chu Yang was fine because there was a ruler inside at this moment. He only needed to follow it. Moreover, he could still use it. He had already used it once 3 days ago and had even devoured one. It was very successful at that time. Such a situation, such a fortuitous encounter, was absolutely unprecedented in history. At this moment, the heavenly demon was on the brink of tears. Holy shit, big brother. I just want to leave, okay? Why do you have to risk your life like this? As the saying goes, a single man can't beat a single man. When you have to let go, you should let go. When you can spare others, you should spare them. The more friends you have, the more path you have, the more enemies you have, the more walls you have. Let's hold hands and become good friends. He could clearly feel the power of his spirit dissipating bit by bit. His own spirit power was barely close to 2 pieces now, but it was still being beaten and cruelly ravaged by the enemy. As for the other piece of powerful spirit power, it had already been separated a little far away. The chances of getting it back were very slim. If he still forced himself to rush over to rescue, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. He would really die here today. The heavenly demon's eyes were full of tears. He looked at the spirit power that was surrounded with endless nostalgia. He roared desperately, and the 2 spirits that were closer finally met. Chu Yang was very nervous. This guy finally made a new move. Is it going to be bad? Or, I can't defeat him? Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. Even if it's going to be bad, I will make you lose more than you gain. You want my life? I won't let you have a good time even if I risk my life. If it's going to die, the 2 of us brothers will die together. As this thought flashed through his mind, he pushed with all his might. Suddenly, the spirit power moved at an extremely fast speed, sweeping towards the spirit power that the heavenly demon had just gathered. This time, it was like 10,000 horses galloping, with the power to destroy heaven and earth. That heroic spirit of perishing together, that you won't have a good time even if I die, was expressed so blatantly and bloodily. My mother, this person is really too ruthless. The heavenly demon screamed. How could he still dare to fight back? He immediately fled outside in panic, like a stray dog, like a fish that had escaped the net. I'm always afraid of you. I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone who doesn't care about his life like this, and is even shameless. I've already fucking admitted defeat. Okay? Do you have to be so relentless? How could Chu Yang know that the other party would actually give up and admit defeat at this moment? He gritted his teeth and chased with all his might. His sea of consciousness was vast. Under the pursuit, his increasingly skilled spirit power actually intercepted some of the heavenly demon's spirit power in his own sea of consciousness. It must be said that Chu Yang's mastery of spirit power was still very immature. In such a good situation, he had the absolute upper hand, but he actually couldn't keep this uninvited guest of the heavenly demon eccentric. Instead, he left a little imperfect aftertaste for today's big comeback. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black smoke suddenly came out of Chu Yang's forehead. The remnant spirit power of the heavenly demon finally rushed out from here without any care. My mother. It's finally out. I won't do this kind of suspenseful thing again in the future. The next moment, that black smoke floated into his sea of consciousness. Ow, holy shit. Ow, ah, ah. A strange, continuous scream came from the mouth of the heavenly demon eccentric. Even if one's spirit power was injured or even lost in a battle in another's sea of consciousness, one wouldn't feel any pain. But now that it had returned to its own body, it felt as if half of its body had been cut off. The spirit I was injured, and it was the kind that was close to irreparable. At this moment, the heavenly demon's head was in so much pain that it felt as if it could explode at any time. For a moment, all kinds of grief came together, and a strong urge to commit suicide surged within it. Living was worse than death. Ouch, Nini, Nini. A shriek so shrill that one couldn't even bear to listen to it rang out. No one knew what was being said or yelled anymore. The heavenly fiend weirdo turned into a wisp of black smoke and dashed out with a swoosh. He swiftly returned to where he came from and dashed into the underground cave. He grabbed the unconscious Dharma Supreme and screamed, howled, spasmed, contorted, and cursed all the way. Then, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and left at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, that wisp of black smoke had already left the forest and climbed up the mountain. Then, it disappeared at the top of the mountain. Only the earth-shaking screams kept coming, echoing in the forest. Ow, I've seen a ghost. Ow, I've seen a ghost. Ow, I've seen a ghost. And so, this voice echoed in the forest again and again, for a long time. Oh, I've seen a ghost. Oh, I've seen a ghost. I've really seen a ghost. High up in the sky, that old man was dumbfounded and almost fell from the sky. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Unconsciously, he blew his beard and muttered to himself, "What's going on? I've really seen a ghost." Shuele Han's eyes were also full of shock. He had already tried his best to overestimate Chu Yang, and had already guessed that Chu Yang would make it through and gain a lot of benefits. But he didn't expect that the heavenly demon would be defeated so badly. Lord, this is a little unbelievable. The Prime Minister was dumbfounded. His lips and face were pale as he said, although this heavenly demon is only at the beginner level of the heaven level, and more than half of his strength was destroyed by me, his divine sense wasn't destroyed much by me. Shuele Han was in a daze. He said casually, "So what? So what? Heavens. But this Chu Yang is only at the Xian level, and there's no way to cultivate divine sense in this heavenly continent. How could he destroy the divine sense of the heavenly demon?" The old man shouted. If this person in front of him wasn't Shuele Han, his face would have been covered in his saliva. Lord, did you notice? When the heavenly demon retreated, it was obvious that his divine sense was greatly damaged, at least a quarter of it. This is really incomprehensible. Shuele Han snorted and said, "You don't understand? If you don't understand, then that's right." Thinking of the two incredible mighty people he met back then, Shuele Han felt a chill in his heart. He said, "Not just you. There are many things that I don't understand too." The old man was dumbfounded. If he was drinking tea at this moment, he would definitely choke and have a cerebral hemorrhage. The emotions in Lord's words seemed to contain a lot of stories. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Keep it in your heart forever. Shuele Han said calmly. Yes. The old man was stunned and stood up straight. Let's go. Shuele Han looked at Chu Yang below and smiled bitterly. Let's go back. If this little guy knows that I was the one who facilitated the game between him and the heavenly demon, I don't know what kind of trouble he will cause. After saying that, he moved and floated away. The old man followed behind Shuele Han with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. His face was full of the expression of a zombie who was scared to death. He was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. According to Lord's words, he was actually very, very wary of this little ant named Chu Yang below. Could it be that this old man was dreaming? With a blank face, he followed Shuele Han and slowly disappeared into the distance. The enemy had already retreated, but Chu Yang was still in pain, still fighting with the imaginary enemy in his sea of consciousness. I won't give up. How can I give up? No matter what, I won't give up. Chu Yang roared, even if it's just one thing. But in his sea of consciousness, these divine senses had already slowly formed into a scale and slowly started to have order. Like a motley crew of loose sand, they slowly started to be organized and slowly started to form a strong fighting force. And this fighting force would be different from anyone else. Chapter 1585. King of Hell Chu, who had made a desperate counterattack and won a great victory, was confused. He didn't know about his victory, let alone what benefits he had gained from this game. The only thing he felt now was pain. There was really only pain. The unbearable pain that the heavenly demon had inflicted on him before had not really disappeared. He had just forcefully endured it before. Now that the heavenly demon had retreated, the pressure was not so great. His stubborn heart naturally disappeared, and the pain returned. Or rather, it was not correct to say that it had returned. He was just forcefully enduring it before. Now that the pillar was gone, he could no longer suppress it. Also, his sea of consciousness was unprecedentedly swollen. The energy in his sea of consciousness had been methodically following a certain pattern. Perhaps it was the attack method that he had just learned from the heavenly demon. It was automatically organizing and rearranging itself. It was surging and attacking endlessly. The brothers surrounded Chu Yang with concern. They looked at Chu Yang, who was in a state of confusion and pain. Everyone was extremely anxious, but they all knew that they must not disturb him now. Moreover, the heavenly demon had been defeated by Chu Yang and had fled in defeat. Although they were worried, they were also slightly relieved. After all, the heavenly demon had retreated in a crushing defeat just now. Chu Yang had defeated the strong with the weak, probably because he had used some kind of mysterious forbidden technique. Now that he was suffering from the backlash of his own forbidden technique, the consequences might not be small. That was why he was in so much pain. But as long as he was still alive, even if there were consequences, it didn't matter. There was no need to be afraid of consequences with heavy pills. The Tribulation Sword Master had always been a special existence that created miracles, especially Chu Yang. But no one would have thought that if a demon wanted to devour a person could also devour a demon. Chu Yang was in great pain at this moment, but in fact, he had gained a lot of benefits. Seeing her lover suffering, Imo Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. She anxiously circled around Chu Yang. But she also knew that Chu Yang was now at a critical moment in the battle between heaven and man. She didn't dare to make a sound at all. She held back her tears until her little face turned red. She felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She covered her little mouth and didn't dare to let herself cry. Because the game between Chu Yang and the heavenly demon was carried out in the land of black fog, and the place where they fought later on was even the place of their thoughts. The outside world had no idea what had happened between them. The heavenly demon had retreated too quickly and too suddenly. Although everyone vaguely saw that he seemed to have carried someone away, no one took it to heart. Everyone was here. As for whether or not the heavenly demon took the others away, it didn't mean much to them. No one would have thought that the person carried away by the heavenly demon was actually the Dharma Supreme. It was truly unexpected that the Dharma Supreme's strength was so strong that he could almost be ranked among the top 3 in the world. To the crowd, his strength and the degree of danger he posed might even be above that of the heavenly demon eccentric. Moreover, if these two great demons were to join forces, Chu Yang and the rest would definitely not be a match for them even if they worked together. After a long while, Chu Yang suddenly roared, "Open!" King of Hell Chu suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. It was unknown what he had opened, but Chu Yang suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. When the concerned eyes of the brothers suddenly met with these 2 beams of light, they almost subconsciously shifted their gazes away. Everyone felt an unprecedented heavy pressure. That was a kind of majesty of the spirit. This indescribable yet real sense of pressure was something that none of them had ever felt before, even if they were facing a supreme martial artist. The Chu Yang in front of them seemed to have undergone some miraculous changes. However, upon closer inspection, his cultivation was still the same as before. There was no improvement at all. In fact, due to the game just now, There was a considerable degree of depletion. They couldn't help but be curious. Where did this pressure come from? The next moment, Chu Yang seemed to have completely returned to normal. He panted a few times and his face suddenly turned red. Then, soybean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and body. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. This was the aftereffect of overexerting his mental strength. In the battle of consciousness just now, both sides had exhausted a lot of their mental strength, especially Chu Yang. He had never experienced such a battle in the sea of consciousness. When he was in intense pain earlier, he only cared about the pain. Now that the pain had passed, the symptoms of the depletion of mental strength naturally followed. In addition, there was also a heartfelt palpitation. Don't look at Chu Yang's determination to never succumb to the heavenly demon's might. He was still afraid. Everyone would be afraid of the threat of death. Chu Yang was no exception. Now that the crisis had passed, the feeling of lingering fear emerged. However, in addition to the lingering fear, there was also endless joy. He had guarded the door of his heart as a human. He had broken through the temptation of lust and defeated the threat of death. He had broken free from the devil's claws. After this, he would no longer be afraid of the heart demon. He would never succumb to anyone or anything again. Chu Yang's mind was in a trance. After a while, he said tiredly, "So powerful. I almost lost. If I lost, it's all over. Even if my soul doesn't scatter, I'll become a complete walking corpse." The brothers were speechless. After all, they didn't understand what Chu Yang had encountered. Seeing Chu Yang like this, GMO rolled his eyes and said first, "Boss, you're talking about just now?" Chu Yang grunted. He turned his head and looked around. He said, "Where's the heavenly demon?" Everyone looked at each other. Luo Kadi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big brother, as early as an hour ago, the heavenly demon had already suffered a great defeat. He fled for his life, screaming that he had seen ghosts all the way. That speed, we can't catch up to him. We can't catch up to him at all. Chu Yang was startled. An hour ago? It was actually an hour ago? In his consciousness, all the way until he opened his eyes just now, he was still fighting. How could there be no enemy advancing an hour ago? What was going on? Wasn't this a little too strange? Could it be that boss didn't know that the heavenly demon had already been defeated and fled? Xie Danxiong asked with an incredulous expression. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and just shook his head. Mo Qingwu jumped up and hugged Chu Yang. Now, she could finally cry out loud, but she realized that she actually didn't want to cry at all. Her heart was only filled with joy. It was as if she had thousands of words to tell Chu Yang, but when they reached her mouth, all she could say was, "That's great, that's great." That was all. However, Chu Yang was touched. He knew that when Mo Qingwu said, "That's great," it was definitely not, "That's great that the heavenly demon was defeated," but that "You're fine, that's great. The strong enemy is gone. It seems like we should get down to business, right?" Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang thoughtfully and then changed the topic. "Yes." Duke Yu's spirits were lifted. He said, "That guy who was in the way is scrammed. I'll bring you to the entrance of the City of Fairies to get down to business." With Chu Yang's great victory, everyone was in a good mood. Laughing and laughing, they clustered around Duke Yu and left. All the haze from before had completely disappeared. Only Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu, and Chu Yang walked at the back. "Just now, it seems like you took advantage of him, right?" Mo Tianji chuckled and asked in a low voice. "Yes, the situation just now is inexplicable. I think, maybe I swallowed some of his soul. It should be like this." Chu Yang restrained his mind and once again immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. This time, he unexpectedly discovered that his sea of consciousness had almost doubled in size. He was also startled by this sudden change. Therefore, he didn't conceal anything from Mo Tianji's question. Cough, cough. Mo Tianji choked and coughed. He said, "Don't tell anyone about this change." "I know." Chu Yang smiled. "It's naturally no harm to you." Mo Tianji's heart warmed. He glared and said, "As long as you always treat my sister well, it's naturally no harm. If you dare." Chu Yang laughed loudly. He naturally understood Mo Tianji. Mo Qingwu blushed at the side. How could this second brother say anything? Where the hell did you go just now? In the tribulation space, Chu Yang's face was full of dissatisfaction. He asked the sword spirit, at such a dangerous moment, why didn't you come out to help? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Do you think it's really a game? Swordmaster Chu was very dissatisfied with this. If he didn't have the sword spirit, how could he have agreed to the other party's game so confidently? He didn't expect that the sword spirit, whom he regarded as the best helper, would actually drop the ball at such a crucial moment. Not only did it drop the ball, but it also disappeared without a trace. Now that the crisis had been resolved, of course he had to ask for an explanation. There would be many chances to face the extraterrestrial demons in the future. He had to understand the reason clearly. The sword spirit was puzzled. Do you think you're the only one who finds it strange? I also find it strange. I clearly wanted to go out to help earlier, but I don't know why I couldn't move at all. Just now, that feeling was really terrible. That feeling. Chu Yang was startled. You couldn't move for some reason? Could it be the effect of the extraterrestrial demon's special ability? That strange fog seems to be very sharp. It wasn't completely impossible. If it was really the effect of the extraterrestrial demon's special ability, then the evaluation of the extraterrestrial demons would have to be reformulated. The sword spirit snorted disdainfully. Pooh, with that little trick of the extraterrestrial demon, if it's just based on cultivation, I'm indeed temporarily unable to compete with him. But to say that he can completely control and suppress me, he won't be able to do it even if he dies of exhaustion. That little bit of ghost fog, I can break it with a move of my hand. But it's really strange. Such a situation has never happened before. Chu Yang nodded. He raised his head and looked at the sky, deep in thought. After a long while, he said, since that's the case, it's fine. He secretly gritted his teeth. It must be that old thing's doing. Other than him, there's no one else. Damn it, when you're old, see how I'll torture you. How dare you plot against me and play with my life? Shuele Han, who was already far away in the Heaven Imperial Court, suddenly sneezed violently. Achoo! A sneeze rolled out like a sudden clap of thunder. Master! The elder was confused. Chapter 1586. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Sneeze. With the master's cultivation level, he can actually sneeze? Oh. Shuele Han smiled bitterly. He sped up and suddenly said, when that person comes up, arrange for someone to bring him to the East Pole. Yes. The old man hurriedly agreed. Then, he asked, do we bring him directly to the Emperor Dong's palace? Shuele Han said, before he grows up, don't let him know what the Emperor Dong's palace means. Yes, I understand. Shuele Han flicked his sleeves and suddenly disappeared. There was only a low sigh that sounded a little dejected. Ah, I forgot that he still has someone. In the end, it's really troublesome. He disappeared completely. The old man was flabbergasted as he looked at the unforeseen event before him, and he hesitated for a long time before he finally shook his head and left. He sighed as he walked, and he felt that all the rare things he'd encountered in his life couldn't compare to the indescribably shocking scene he'd witnessed in the lower dimensions. So Lord didn't want to bring him to the East Pole at first, but now he changed his mind. Could it be that he wants to take care of this guy personally? Prime Minister Shuani Lu muttered in his heart, who exactly is this little guy? At the side, countless people who saw the old man all bowed to him respectfully from afar. But the old man didn't seem to notice this. He was still mumbling along the way and disappeared with a confused look on his face. Since then, rumors suddenly spread in the East Pole of the Heaven Imperial Court. Could it be that Lord didn't like the Prime Minister and scolded him severely? He actually scared a super expert, whose name shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court. It seemed that the conflict wasn't light at all. Thus, the rumor of the East Pole's discord between the ruler and his minister quietly spread and had a far-reaching impact. The 12 of them came to the depths of the forest together. As the master, Dooku was naturally familiar with the place. He first came to a place that looked extremely desolate. This place was indeed much more desolate than other places. There was not a single blade of grass within 100 feet of it, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Duke Yu's eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable sadness. He waved his hand. The snow on the ground floated away with a whoosh, revealing the smooth ground. This place originally looked like the mouth of a spring, but now it had dried up for God knows how many years. Maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. It might even be 10,000 years or 100,000 years. This is the entrance to the city of elves. Originally, this place was a heavenly spirit spring. Drinking the spring water from this place could prolong life and cure all diseases. And the reason why this heaven spirit spring was able to form, it's because of the mist from the spring of life in the city of elves. Duke Yu's voice was somewhat sorrowful. After the city of elves disappeared, the heaven spirit spring barely lasted for 3 years before it gradually dried up and finally became what it is now. The once prosperous elf clan has been annihilated in the dust of time. Just like this dried-up spring, it's hard to find any signs of life. Duke Yu looked up at the sky and sighed. Then what should we do now to reopen the city of elves? Chu Yang asked. As long as the spring of life is irrigated from here, the spring of life will naturally sink all the way until it reaches the bottom of the earth. It will enter the mouth of the original spring of life and ferment the vitality within, which will then nourish the elven tree of life next to it. When the tree of life recovers, it will definitely cause a change in the weather and cause the celestial crystals and moonlight to shine here. Then, the 3 aspects will continue to circulate and gradually advance. This way, the city of elves can recover its vitality and slowly become stronger. Duke Yu said, when the inside can withstand a certain amount of pressure, we can go in. He finished speaking. Sighing, he said, however, this process requires a considerable amount of spring water from the spring of life. You and I both know that the spring of life is the most precious treasure in the world. If you find that the amount of spring of life is insufficient, then don't waste it. I totally understand. I completely understand. Chu Yang nodded. He naturally understood Duke Yu's intentions. However, the spring of life in the tribulation space had already reached the level of perfection and had even far exceeded the quality of the spring of elves that the elf clan needed. Moreover, it could continue to grow and multiply endlessly. Even if there was a great loss, it could bear it. There was no need to worry about Duke Yu's concerns. Aren't your requirements too low? Could it be that you only want the city of elves to be able to withstand a certain amount of pressure and you will be satisfied? Chu Yang asked, don't you want the city of elves to see the light of day again? Aren't you too pessimistic? Duke Yu laughed bitterly. Of course I want the city of elves to see the light of day again. In fact, I am the only elf left in this world. My strength is very limited. If the city of elves reappears in the world, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Experts from all over the world will hear the news and come in droves. How can I protect it by myself? I still understand the logic of a man's wealth being his own ruin. Let it continue to sleep underground. As long as I can protect it from being destroyed in my lifetime, it will be enough. Emo Tianji nodded and said, yes, Brother Duke Yu is indeed unable to protect the city of elves by himself. If you force it to appear without considering the consequences, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect and instead accelerate the destruction of the city of elves. That's true. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and agreed. Under Emo Tianji's command, the 10 people immediately spread out and surrounded an area of 1,000 feet, strictly guarding it. The remaining Duke Yu and Chu Yang stood in the center position. Shall we begin? Chu Yang asked. Duke Yu's face suddenly turned pale and his body actually trembled a little. He had waited for tens of thousands of years, and today, the Leduo was about to become a reality. This kind of excitement was hard for anyone to avoid. He slowly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Please begin." The corners of his cheeks were clearly protruding. Those were the marks of gritting his teeth after making a decision. From this, it could be seen that Duke Yu's heart was in a perilous situation and definitely would not be as calm as he looked on the surface. After saying, "Please begin," Duke Yu unexpectedly fell into a short period of silence. Chu Yang understood Duke Yu's current feelings very well. He remained silent and waited patiently. Finally, Dooku slowly opened his hands, and circles of green ripples rippled out from his body. One circle after another landed on the ground that had already dried up to the point that it was beyond recognition. In the surroundings, countless flowers, plants, and trees began to grow abnormally rapidly. Countless big trees that could not be encircled by 5 people were growing at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. They grew upwards, and the trunks of the trees were also rapidly thickening. As for the small trees in the surroundings, their growth was even more obvious. They were just small trees a moment ago. In the next moment, they had become huge trees that could only be encircled by one person. In the next moment, they had transformed into huge trees that could only be encircled by several hands. Gu Duxing and the others who were originally guarding the periphery were surprised to find that all the trees in the outermost circle were growing crazily. They were slowly compressing the original space, and gradually, they were all connected together. The 10 people were all pushed out. Moreover, the trend was still expanding. Although the extent was not that big, it was still continuing to expand. There were already many towering trees in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there was only one tree left, a huge tree with a diameter of at least 1,000 feet. All the trees seemed to have merged into one. However, the giant tree was still growing and expanding outwards. This is really amazing. Mo Qingwu blinked her big bright eyes and took in deep breaths. Indeed. Perhaps this is the true, secret technique of the elf race? Mo Tianji muttered thoughtfully. Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. Mo Qingwu suddenly realized Chu Yang is still inside. He can't have been grown into the heart of the tree like this, right? Haha. Everyone laughed. How is this possible? Don't worry, little girl. Your brother Chu Yang will definitely not grow into the heart of the tree. Inside, the trees were still growing at an accelerated speed. As all the trees grew crazily, the space was further compressed. Slowly, a circular space with a radius of 15 feet was formed. It went straight to the blue sky. However, the growth of the branches was also abnormally dense. The top had long been connected, but not a bit of the sky could be seen. There was only a strong smell of life in the surroundings, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Other than the trees, the flowers and plants grew even faster. It was even abnormally terrifying. Around the withered land, all the flowers and plants were growing at an abnormally terrifying speed. They were growing towards the center, where the dried-up spring was located. However, as soon as they came into contact with this withered land, all the plants would instantly wither. It was as if there was an indescribable evil there that specialized in devouring the vitality of all the plants. However, Dooku was not discouraged at all. He continued to work hard, constantly urging his own special ability. Green rings of light appeared on his body, one after another, and continued to expand. The flowers and plants continued to grow and wither, but the momentum of their advancement was also constantly increasing. It was just that the rate of advancement was really too slow. It was almost moving forward inch by inch. Sometimes, there would even be slight reversals. Due to the continuous urging of his special ability, Duke Yu's forehead was constantly sweating. His face was also gradually becoming pale. It was obvious that he was now close to overdraft. However, he still persisted. He used all his effort, mental strength, and willpower to persevere. That was the last Leduo that had persisted for an entire clan for 100,000 years. Chu Yang silently stepped forward and raised his hand. Dooku timely opened his mouth, and an incomplete heavy pill was flicked into Dooku's mouth. The pill immediately melted in his mouth. It instantly replenished all the energy that Dooku had consumed. Dooku's spirit suddenly shook. His 2 hands once again drew countless mysterious circles that were filled with profound mysteries. Circles of green light came out, and the frequency of his input was even higher than before. Chapter 1587. Yes, if it was originally a green halo, it would at most be lush and green. But at this moment, it was already a green radiance. It was a true radiance that had almost condensed into a substance. The surrounding flowers and plants instantly grew and withered. They fell and planted on the ground. Then, they sprouted and grew, taking root and spreading. Over and over again, they corroded the space between them. The withered land that was 100 feet wide had now slowly become 30 feet wide, and this space was still shrinking. The slow, complicated, and boring process was repeating over and over again. Chu Yang had already used up the third incomplete heavy pill. The withered land under the two people's feet slowly shrank. The surrounding trees had already become one whole tree. The inner part was even slowly squeezing towards the space between them. The entire area of 130 feet had become an empty giant tree, and this was absolutely impossible to see from the outside, because there were hundreds of thousands and millions of branches intertwined together. They were so densely packed that it would make one's scalp go numb. In this empty space, the aura of life was so dense that it almost made one feel that one could live forever just by breathing in it. There were only two people here. Only two people. On the ground, the land that once seemed to be permanently withered had now become moist and full of green. The surroundings were completely covered by the dense grass. At this point, the two people could tell that this piece of land had already been revived. But there was still a small dried-up space that was about the size of a teacup left. Phew, Dukyu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he said, "It's almost done." At this moment, Chu Yang was standing in the dense grass that had already overgrown him. He looked a bit embarrassed. There were even a few pieces of green grass that had gotten into his nostrils. A certain king of hell hurriedly pulled the grass out of his nostrils. He praised, "The special ability of the elf race is really heaven-defying. This kind of method is really not something that a human can do." Dukyu smiled bitterly. It's indeed not something that a human can do, because this method is activated by the life origin energy of the elf race. Chu Yang laughed and said, "What do we do now?" "It's very simple. You just need to pour the spring of life here." Dukyu said, "Don't think that there's no protection here, but the life force of the spring of life will definitely not leak out. Also, I've already used the power of the fairies to construct a transmission channel. If you go down from here, there won't be any buffer and you'll be able to reach the mouth of the spring of life. As long as you have enough spring of life." Chu Yang, "If you feel that this is impossible, there's no need to force yourself. The spring of life is of great significance to you guys in the future." "I know." Chu Yang grunted and took 2 steps forward. He came to the top of the teacup-sized entrance. Then, he stretched out his hand and squatted down in a horse stance. "Stop. You better stop right there." Dukyu's face was filled with black lines, and he angrily said, "This is the spring of life. Please don't make such a smelly posture. It's as if you want to go to the toilet." Chu Yang, who was squatting in a horse stance, was stunned. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Big brother, you have to know that I can only use this posture to continuously transfer the spring of life from inside and then let it flow down through my fingers. Other than that, I can only take it out bit by bit. There will definitely be a break in between. Only I can maintain this posture to ensure that the spring of life is endless. Can you not make blind guesses?" Dukyu was stunned and said, "What blind guesses? You don't even know what you're doing now. Forget it. Just maintain this posture and don't move." After saying that, he quickly turned around and raised his hand to dig out a big piece of the big tree behind him. Then, he adjusted it according to Chu Yang's current posture. Then, he used his hand to make a wooden block and stuffed it under Chu Yang's buttocks. He said with a black face, "Will it affect you if you sit in this posture?" "All right." Chu Yang was speechless. What was this? Just now, he was still in a horse stance. What about now? Wasn't it more like sitting in that position? Dukyu anxiously waited in anticipation. Then, he saw Minister Chu let out a hey sound again. His finger pointed out with a schwa sound. His fingertips stopped 3 inches above this teacup-sized piece of land. Then, a stream of clear spring water gushed out from his fingertip and poured into this opening. Then, it disappeared without a trace. As the clear spring water flowed out continuously, the moment it left Chu Yang's fingertip, each drop of water emitted a bright and colorful light. It was like the Milky Way flowing in the night sky. It brought with it a boundless and dreamy grandeur as it disappeared into the entrance of the spring of life. Time passed by bit. Chu Yang continued to pour out the spring of life. His expression was calm. Duke Yu's face was filled with longing and apprehension. He didn't even blink as he watched the spring of life slowly pour into the entrance. At this moment, Duke Yu hoped that Chu Yang could continue to pour out the spring of life continuously until the spring of elves had truly awakened. However, he was also afraid that Chu Yang would use up too much of the spring of life and plan a negative factor in the future. In the tribulation space, compared to Chu Yang's calmness, a certain sword spirit's face was filled with pain. Seeing the spring of life being continuously extracted, even though he knew that it wouldn't harm his foundation, he still felt a heartache. Is it done? Is it still not enough? Why is it still not enough? How much is this? Isn't it too much? It should be enough. The sword spirit kept nagging like a maniac. His heart ached so much that it couldn't be any more painful. Ever since the tribulation space had the spring of life, it had never given out so much at once. This was too much. The sword spirit felt that no matter who it was, even if it was Shui Leihan, the original master, it wasn't worth it to give out so much spring of life. Moreover, the amount that was being poured out now didn't seem enough. It was very likely that it was far from enough. Help, with the continuous input of the spring of life, the entrance that was the size of a teacup's mouth gradually became brighter and brighter. Little bits of fluorescent light floated out continuously and dissipated everywhere. The fluorescent light of life became more and more numerous, more and more brilliant. Gradually, it seemed to have condensed into a substance. Duke Yu's breathing also became more and more rapid. His two eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. His two hands were tightly clenched into fists, his palms full of sweat. Soon, finally soon. Duke Yu muttered to himself like a maniac. Big brother, is it really soon? I've already given out about 7,000 caddies of spring of life now. Is it really soon? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. It's really soon. Continue. Duke Yu didn't hear what Chu Yang was saying at all. He was so excited that he had already thrown his original intention of using the spring of life sparingly to the winds. If a certain king of hell dared to cut off the output now, Duke Yu would probably go all out without another word. He would drag Chu Yang by the neck and force him to continue. Cough, sigh. Chu Yang's face was full of pain. Oh my God. So much spring of life. When exactly will I be able to make up for it? Duke Yu's soul had completely left his body. He didn't speak to Chu Yang at all. He only looked at the teacup-sized entrance and muttered to himself, "It's getting thicker. Almost done. Quick, 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 quick." Chu Yang was completely speechless. It had already been a day and a night. Brother, can't you just say something to let me rest? Even if you can't really rest, you should at least say something. You're so tired and silly, aren't you? Sigh. I've met the wrong person. Shaking his head, a certain king of hell could only continue working. Finally, along with a strange sound, an unknown sound gradually sounded. It seemed to be coming from somewhere underground. This sound seemed to be coming from someone who had eaten his fill and was letting out a series of extremely satisfied burps. Then, the teacup-sized entrance suddenly sank slowly. After sinking for a full 5 feet, it finally stopped moving. Then, a few strange stones suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, they had already turned into ordinary blue stones and completely sealed the teacup's entrance. Such a situation was extremely similar to a small, tiny well. In the next moment, as the spring of life was poured in again, the sunken space began to slowly float up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle sounds could be heard. A light fragrance that refreshed one's heart and mind wafted up. Chu Yang greedily took a breath. Increase the input. Increase the input. Quick. Quickly increase it. Increase it to the maximum. Duke Yu shouted excitedly as he danced with joy. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Big brother, do you think I'll increase the input just because you say so? Damn it, do you think that this thing is free? This is the spring of life, not some dirt that can be seen everywhere. I originally thought that you were quite understanding. Why are you acting like this at the last moment? Chu Yang's trusted aide was cursing endlessly, but his hands abruptly doubled the input. Oh my God, what is this? My spring of life. In the tribulation space, The sword spirit's heart ached as he watched the water level of the spring of life gradually decrease. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He shouted loudly, "Let me out! Let me out! Give me a knife. I want to chop this elf to death with one chop. This shameless bandit. I want to chop him to death, slice by slice, slice by slice. Ah!" At this moment, the sword spirit was completely driven mad in the tribulation space. Dukyu was also driven mad outside. Now, Dukyu's hands were dancing and his feet were dancing. He had completely lost track of what year it was. Leduo that spanned 100,000 years, the elf race's biggest Leduo, had been realized. Ah! Dukyu was already in a state of confusion. He couldn't even remember what to say. He just kept on saying, "Ah." The small spring had already stopped bubbling with rainbow-colored light. Instead, with a schwa sound, a stream of sparkling spring water rushed out and rushed towards Chu Yong, who was sitting on the wooden stake. The spring of life. This phenomenon meant that the spring of life below had completely recovered. Moreover, the spring of life had an exceptionally special characteristic. It was the greatest life. Whoever gave me life, I would repay them tenfold. This was gratitude for life. Chu Yang had awakened the spring of life and restored it to its full vitality. Therefore, the spring of life would rather do nothing to repay Chu Yang's kindness. This was the characteristic of the spring of life. Chapter 1588. The spring of life flowed out of the ground continuously. It would be impolite of Chu Yang to reject it. He no longer gave out any more spring water, but absorbed it in the most thorough way. At first, he was still puzzled. This spring of life was good stuff, but he had plenty of it, and it was the kind that would never run out. Why was the spring of life feeding him back? Was there any more meaning to it? But when the spring of life entered the tribulation space, Chu Yang immediately felt a difference. A strong sense of gratitude rose from the spring water and rushed into Chu Yang's meridians. There were also countless pure thoughts of gratitude that filled Chu Yang's mind. It entered his heart, his sea of consciousness, and his soul power. The power of thoughts. And it was the power of gratitude of an entire race. It was also an extremely huge amount of fate energy. Although the concept of luck was illusory, it truly existed and would never decline. Although there was only one person left in the elf race, it was still a race. Moreover, the city of elves had been underground for 100,000 years. Countless powerful elves had made great wishes for the city of elves to shine again before they died. As long as it could save the elf race, make the spring of elves erupt again, make the tree of life shine again, and make the heavenly crystal shine again, that would be the eternal benefactor of the elf race. This kindness was higher than the sky and thicker than the earth. It was the gratitude of 100,000 years of a clan of experts. That power of faith, that power of will, that purity. Such luck was enough for Chu Yang to stand above all the others in the heavenly layer from now on. He could look down on the universe with disdain. Even in the heavenly imperial court, there were very few that could compare to Chu Yang's fate energy. As the spring of life continued to pour in, the amount of gratitude also increased. After an unknown amount of time, a glowing mark gradually formed on Chu Yang's forehead. It was the shape of a full moon, and it shone brightly. Dukyu stared at Chu Yang's forehead and was stunned. His face was full of shock, and he finally exclaimed, "It's the Elf Emperor's seal." That voice was like seeing ghosts and gods appear in the middle of the day. It was even more shocking than that. Huh? Elf Emperor's seal? What Elf Emperor's seal? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Dukyu waved his hand. "Let's talk about it after you finish receiving it. There will be plenty of time later." His voice was filled with deep emotions. After a while, the spring of life of the elves finally stopped. The symbol on Chu Yang's forehead had also completely formed. A holy light flashed on Chu Yang's forehead and disappeared instantly. Chu Yang's forehead had recovered its brightness, and nothing could be seen anymore. It was as if the fairy emperor's seal had never appeared. The elven emperor's seal is a symbol of status in the elven tribe. Only 2 elven emperor's seals may appear in every generation of the elven tribe. Dukyu said enviously, One of them is the current emperor of the elf clan, and the other one is given to the great benefactor of the elf clan. With the elf emperor's seal, you can command any expert with the bloodline of the elf clan. Furthermore, the elves must never disobey your orders, no matter what. The elven emperor's seal has appeared. Even if the heavens and earth are turned upside down, the extinct clan will have no regrets. Dooku sucked in a breath of cold air, that is to say, as long as you show your fairy emperor's seal at the right time, even if the entire fairy race will be consigned to eternal damnation, the fairy race will not regret it even if we die 10,000 times, and our words will be the law. I see. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, however, you are the only elf in the world. That doesn't have much meaning. Dooku rolled his eyes and said, in the world, I am indeed the only one with the pure bloodline of the elf royal clan. As for whether there are any in the Heaven Imperial Court, I don't know. But even if there aren't any, I'm not the only expert with the bloodline of the elf royal clan. It may be rare to see one in the Heaven Imperial Court, but there are many people like this in the Heaven Imperial Court. As long as you show the elf emperor's seal, even if these people were your enemies, when the elf emperor's seal appears, the power of the innate bloodline will make them listen to your orders. This is the truly terrifying part of the elf emperor's seal, and that is the most powerful domain coercion. Chu Yang was shocked, and then he became happy. So, it's an extraordinary thing? Of course it's an extraordinary thing. Dooku rolled his eyes. I'm really too jealous of you, too envious of you, and I even hate you a little. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. So, this thing seems to have a lot of uses, and it's very domineering? That's right. Who knows how many top experts with the bloodline of the elf royal clan are in the Heaven Imperial Court, or even the pure-blooded elf royal clan. If, after going up, wouldn't he be able to? Thinking about it, Sword Master Chu rubbed his chin and laughed. His laughter was very despicable. Hee hee hee. Brother you, I heard that your elf race is very pure. How can there be an elf bloodline in a human's body? Is it because of that? Or do that? Ha ha ha. Dooku flew into a rage. Hurry up and shut up. Don't release any more waste from your body. You're just a bastard with dirty thoughts, a shameless and perverted bastard. Our elf clan is the purest race in the world. How can we be the kind of race that practices evil? Do you think that we're the kind of people from Ao Xieyun's race that are shameless, ferocious, and taken both young and old? Chu Yang instantly laughed so hard that he suffered internal injuries. If Ao Xieyun was present, he would have already started a fight. This was a blatant slap to the face. Even if it was the truth, one shouldn't say it so bluntly, right? Since you're the purest race, then why are there? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed weirdly and wickedly. His laughter was especially smug, making people want to beat him up 100 or 1,000 times. At least now, Dooku really wanted to give this guy a hard punch in the face. What do you know, a long time ago, there was a period of time when the elf clan didn't restrict interracial marriages, but all elves who married other races had to move out of the city of elves and were no longer allowed to call themselves pure-blooded elves. During that period of time, countless elves left the clan for the so-called true love. Later on, the Elf King realized that the clan had lost too many people, so he gave the order to prohibit interracial marriages. But even so, there were already many elves who had wandered outside. The descendants of these people naturally had the super talents of both elves and humans in their bodies. Many of them even became strong elves, and their cultivation speed was very fast. So, many people broke through the void and left this world. Dooku said, of course, this is a unique situation in our heavenly continent. As for whether other continents have it, especially the Heavenly Imperial Court, I don't know. Chu Yang grinned and said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether they have it or not. Anyway, this thing doesn't have any harm, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Anyway, if I don't deliberately force it out, outsiders won't know. So there's no effect. Haha, no effect. Dooku was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared and said, can you be any more despicable? Chu Yang said seriously, how can a man say that he can't? Of course, I can. Why? Do you want to see it? I can fulfill your wish. Do you really want to see it? Dukyu retreated in defeat and raised his hands. I'm convinced. A despicable person is invincible. I've learned it today. Chu Yang laughed and said, It's good that you're convinced. Oh, right. How long do we have before we can go down to the City of Elves? That's a serious matter. Dukyu looked at the teacup-sized spring and said thoughtfully, The spring of life has already formed, and it's already starting to nourish the ancient tree of life around the spring of life. It'll probably be completed in about 3 days, about this time. Dukyu wasn't very confident that it would be completed in 3 days. The conclusion he came to was actually based on his inherited memories. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he wasn't very confident when he said this. He said, when the ancient tree of life regains its vitality, it can work together with the spring of life to trigger the illumination of the celestial crystal and form a virtuous cycle. From then on, it'll be able to continue growing. When that time comes, we can go down. Chu Yang frowned. How long do you think it'll take until that time? Dukyu frowned uncertainly and said, I'm not very sure about this either, but it should be half a month at the latest, right? After all, the spring of life is the most important part. As long as the spring of life forms, it's equivalent to having the most stable foundation, and the foundation with life will only become more and more stable. So, it won't take much time. I believe 15 days is already the limit. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good. 15 days isn't very long. If you had said 15 years or something, I would have hung myself here immediately. That's too much of a waste of time. Dukyu panted and rolled his eyes. He really didn't know what to say to this guy, so he could only keep quiet. He was very worried that if he continued to talk to him, he would be angered to death before his wish for the City of Elves was fulfilled. Since he had nothing to do now, of course he had to inform his brothers. Especially Imo Qingwu, this girl was very worried about him now, so he didn't want her to cry anymore. Taking advantage of the free time, Chu Yang sent a telepathic message out and told Imo Tianji and the others about the situation inside. I'm inside. Everything is fine. It will take about 20 days or so to restore the City of Elves. You guys wait patiently outside. Everything will be fine outside. Then, he added, you guys are naturally not afraid of hunger, but don't let Qingwu starve. If she loses even a little bit of weight from hunger, I'll make each of you 3 to 5 times fatter when I get out. Chapter 1589. The moment Chu Yang said that, Imo Qingwu blushed and lowered her head sweetly. Imo Tianji was also greatly comforted and said, This guy still has some conscience. He actually knows how to take care of my sister. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let Qingwu lose weight no matter what. However, while the other brothers outside were relieved, they were also ridiculing him. Fuck. Boss really values women over friends. What do you mean we're not afraid of hunger? Humans are made of iron and steel. If we don't eat, we'll go hungry. Men are also humans. Luo Kadi said sarcastically, How can we not be afraid of hunger? Yes, yes. GMO nodded repeatedly. Valuing women over friends. Second Master G is made of flesh and blood. If he doesn't eat for 20 days, he'll die. Only Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong, who are not of our race, would eat raw meat. Second Master G would never do such a disgusting thing. Even if you beat me to death, I won't do it. Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong immediately glared at him, as if ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. GMO clearly didn't see the situation in front of him clearly. He continued to provoke them recklessly. What are you looking at? Why don't the two of you go and hunt? What if you starve our future sister-in-law? Don't you have any eyesight? All right, remember to hunt more. You can eat raw meat. Second Master Gu and Trickster Imo will roast it. We're not people who don't care about raw meat. Before he finished speaking, Ao Xieyun and Rue Batong had already joined forces and pounced over fiercely. They punched and kicked without mercy. Just by looking at their stance, it was quite possible that they had an irreconcilable feud with GMO. What's the point of hunting? We'll roast the two of you and have enough to eat. GMO shouted angrily. Brothers attack? Damn it, these two non-humans actually dare to hit Second Master G of the human race. Aren't they afraid of provoking anger? Before he finished speaking, the brothers indeed attacked together. However, Their targets were Second Master Ji and Second Master Luo, who were being beaten up. Of course, we'll pick the weak ones. We can't afford to offend the brothers from the Dragon and Phoenix races. Only Second Master Ji and Second Master Luo of the human race are ready-made punching bags. It's a waste not to hit them. Bang, 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 bang. Second Master Ji and Second Master Luo tactfully begged for forgiveness at once. They covered their heads and hugged their crotches. Sirs, this lowly one knows his mistake. You are all great men. Please don't overstep your bounds. The Prime Minister can row a boat alone. Please spare my life. Continue. Beat him up. I will take responsibility if he dies. Mo Tianji ordered with a murderous look on his face. Finally, in the blink of an eye, Second Master Ji and Second Master Luo had turned into two dead dogs lying on the ground, gasping for air. Their vision went dark. Gu Duxing moved closer to them with a cold expression. What were you shouting for just now? Second brother Gu? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Let me hear you clearly. Hurry up. GMO was tongue-tied. So this was the problem? Mo Tianji stepped forward and laughed sinisterly. You? What did you just call me? Was it fraud, Mo? I didn't get to the bottom of it either. Can you repeat that? Hurry up. GMO screamed. If the heavens perish, then so be I, resigned to his fate. He closed his eyes and stuck out his butt. Go ahead. Don't you guys just want to beat me up? Just don't hit my face. Bang, bang. Time passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped away just like that. During this half a month, the brothers outside were bored to death. Other than practicing martial arts, they were fighting. GMO and Luo Ku Di were beaten up at least 40 to 50 times each. And this was the most conservative estimate. Their mouths were still as cheap as ever, and they were really invincible in flirting with words. Ao Sheyun and Rue Budong were immensely proud of themselves, especially Rue Budong, who thought that he was the best among them, acting as if he was the boss and he was the second in command. Finally, he incurred the wrath of the crowd and was jointly attacked once. Ao Sheyun was beaten until his eyes rolled back and he couldn't breathe for a long time. Rue Budong was almost beaten to the point of nirvana again. In the end, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang issued a challenge. The two of them challenged the rest of the people. However, under the command of the Master of Calculation and Manipulation, Mo Tianji, the joint force of the saber supremacy and the sword supremacy was instantly disintegrated. The two of them were naturally beaten up. On the last day, there was originally no reason to stir up trouble. However, the brothers were brooding over the fact that everyone was beaten up except for Mo Tianji. Why was he an exception? What's so great about being a swindler? Thus, without any reason, they also beat up Mo Tianji. When the time came, no one could be spared from becoming a pig's head. Half a month had passed. Everyone's cultivation had improved a lot, and their ability to withstand beatings had also increased significantly. Except for the two women, Mo Qingwu and Mo Layer, everyone else's face was bruised and swollen. It was normal for them to have a pig's head. Usually, any one of these brothers would be handsome men no matter where they went. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were as black as pandas. Their cheeks were as swollen as steamed buns. The corners of their mouths were as swollen as pigs, and the bridge of their noses was so bruised that it was frightening. They were completely like a group of refugees after a war. Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei were already used to such a scene. The two women whispered to each other at the side, chuckling from time to time. They could only scoff at the bunch of bored people behind them who had beaten themselves black and blue. If Chu Yang was here, he would probably be able to form a restraining force on these guys. However, Chu Yang wasn't here at this moment. It was very obvious that Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing didn't have that kind of prestige. Before they could even scold them, they were already beaten up. However, during this period of interaction, Mo Lei had a very surprising discovery. No matter which field it was, Mo Qingwu seemed to know more than her. What was going on? This little girl in front of her seemed to be only in her teens. Moreover, what Mo Lei couldn't understand the most was that sometimes, when Mo Qingwu was silent and deep in thought, the words that came out of her mouth were like a suffering girl who had seen through the vicissitudes of life, weathered the hardships of life, and seen through the hardships of the world. However, sometimes, when she was cheerful, she was still a genuine little girl who was innocent and naive. These two performances formed an unusually stark contrast. It even gave people a feeling of disconnection and disconnection. If one were to use the modern perspective and the modern medical term, it was 100% schizophrenia, and an exceptionally severe one at that. Super dual personality disorder. This peculiar feeling made Emole feel very ridiculous. However, such a situation had occurred more than once with Emo Chingwu. Moreover, every time such a situation occurred, Emo Chingwu would always seem to have something on her mind. Emole couldn't understand this. In the dead of the night, she once went to ask Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang directly said, "What do you think I can tell?" Emole completely retreated in defeat. That's right. This sentence was definitely the truth without any concealment. I forgot. With Second Master Dong Wushang's intelligence, other than practicing martial arts and killing enemies, it's already good enough that you know that you're full and not hungry. I should be content. Emole ridiculed, thinking about it herself. Instead of asking someone about something that even she couldn't figure out, she might as well ask the knee joint. Dong Wushang was stunned by Emole's reaction for a long time before he said, "Why are you still asking if you know?" He turned around and continued to snore. Emole directly suffered internal injuries, super-internal injuries, and internal injuries that she couldn't even tell anyone about. This brute. Can you be any more brute? Thousands of miles away, in a hidden mountain stream filled with gloomy clouds and gloomy fog, the Dharma Supreme woke up and blinked his eyes before he remembered what was going on. He turned around and sat up, only to feel that his body seemed to be very strange. It was as if there was an unprecedentedly strong feeling, but he clearly only felt unprecedentedly weak. His body was weak all over, and his spirit was exhausted. Even lifting a finger was difficult. But where did this unprecedented feeling of strength come from? What's going on? The Dharma Supreme asked instinctively. However, he had already regained his composure in an instant. He raised his head and looked at the black fog right in front of him. Inside the black room was the heavenly demon. This was something that the Dharma Supreme didn't need to identify. It's just a small accident. I'm injured. The heavenly demon sighed. Although his voice was calm, the Dharma Supreme could clearly hear that there was a kind of hysterical rage and violence in his voice that he was trying to suppress. Behind all these negative emotions, there was also a hint of cowardice and panic. Your Excellency seems to be very weak now? The Dharma Supreme narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "Nonsense, I'm injured. How can I not be weak?" The heavenly demon said without thinking, but he didn't hide anything. He didn't need to hide anything from the Dharma Supreme, and there was also no need to hide anything. Because in his heart, the Dharma Supreme was created by himself. He was definitely a direct descendant. But he didn't know that this honesty depended on who he was facing, and what kind of terrible consequences would be caused by his honesty now. Oh. The Dharma Supreme closed his eyes, his expression calm and unruffled. No one knew what he was thinking. Your heavenly demon origin has now truly awakened, and has started to form demonic aura in the true sense. The heavenly demon said, "From now on, as long as you cultivate diligently, under my guidance, you will definitely become a powerful heavenly demon. Even if you are not as good as me, you will still be within reach of others." The Dharma Supreme laughed dryly. A powerful heavenly demon? He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. He was the most powerful person in the heavenly continent, and now he actually had to fight to become a powerful heavenly demon? Work hard? What he pursued was only strong personal strength, but he had never cared about the identity of a heavenly demon. And I can only do it under your guidance? Who do you think you are? Inferior to you? Pooh. Since my heavenly demon origin has already awakened, why do I feel so weak now? This doesn't make sense, right? Shouldn't I feel refreshed and my cultivation has improved greatly? The Dharma Supreme frowned. It should have been like this, but I extracted a part of your cultivation to heal myself, the heavenly demon said matter-of-factly. Chapter 1590. The heavenly demon's origin seed that he cultivated was naturally his private property. All the heavenly demons agreed with this view. To the heavenly demons, this was a matter of course. "Oh, I understand now." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "It is my honor to be able to do something for you." He cursed in his heart. "Fuck you. How dare you extract my origin seed to heal me? You idiot from outside the domain. Fuck all the women of your ancestors." Yes, this is how it should be. The heavenly demon's few words almost made the Dharma Supreme so angry that he had a cerebral hemorrhage. However, he did not show it on his face. Even the higher-level heavenly demons could not be compared to the human pseudo-emperor in terms of concealment of human nature. At the same time, another thought came to the Dharma Supreme's mind. He can extract my heavenly demon's origin to strengthen himself? In that case, can I also extract his heavenly demon's origin for my own use? I think it is possible. If I can extract all the heavenly demon's origin seed from this guy, then how much stronger can I become? The Dharma Supreme's mind went through all kinds of thoughts at lightning speed. The most important thing now is to need the spirits of some supreme martial artists and above to make up for our losses. When the heavenly demon said the word experts, there was obvious disdain. Since when did I, the great heavenly demon, have to address the so-called supreme martial artists here as experts? Experts? Are they worthy? They are just slightly stronger ants. Forcing himself to be unhappy, he ordered, "Come here. I will teach you the method to absorb the power of spirits. Go out and kill people, then absorb their spirits for me to use to strengthen your strength. Heal my injuries." The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and he said, "Okay, I will definitely kill to your satisfaction. Killing a few people for you is naturally not a problem, no matter how many I kill. I dare not say much about other things on this continent, but there are quite a lot of people." The heavenly demon smiled satisfactorily and said, "You are very obedient. As long as you are obedient, there will be many benefits. Yes, listen carefully." The heavenly demon did not suspect that the Dharma Supreme would have any strange thoughts. After all, he was the one who gave birth to his heavenly demon's origin. In the heavenly demon clan, this was a great favor. This was the heavenly demon's creed, no matter what he wanted him to do. It was a matter of course. The celestial fiend clan had been passing down their inheritance in this manner for millions of years, so there was really nothing to worry about. However, he did not realize that what he was facing now was not a true heavenly demon. He was a heavenly layer human through and through. Moreover, this human had a high position and was used to ordering people around. Most importantly, this human was an ambitious and ruthless character who had betrayed them time and time again. Furthermore, he was mentally sound. He was a super wise man with almost demonic intelligence. After the Dharma Supreme finished listening to the technique imparted by the extraterrestrial demon, he pondered over it for a while. Sensing that something was amiss, Zhang Xian said cautiously, "Elder, you can see how weak I am right now. I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill a Jizuan realm expert for the time being." What you said makes sense. In that case, I might as well teach you how to refine souls. You should first kill a few people to replenish yourself, even if your cultivation is not high. You can also recover some of your strength. After all, you can't compare to me. It's like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for me, but it's greatly beneficial to you, the heavenly demon said proudly. Yes, the Dharma Supreme replied respectfully. He thought to himself, indeed, I can't compare to you now, but when my wings are fully developed and I devour you, will I still not be able to compare to you? When that time comes, you're nothing. How would the heavenly demon have thought that the Dharma Supreme had such rebellious thoughts in his mind? He taught the Dharma Supreme without reservation and warned, remember, as long as there's a soul of a Jizuan realm expert, send it to me immediately. You must not devour it yourself. At most, when I recover slightly, I will reward you with 1 out of every 10 souls. You don't have to be too grateful to me. I'm still very generous. The Dharma Supreme did not seem to mind at all. He smiled sincerely and said, Elder's generosity makes me feel ashamed. Elder, you helped me activate the heavenly demon's origin. Such a great favor. I can't repay it even in a few generations. I will definitely not keep it for myself." The heavenly demon waved his hand in satisfaction. It's hard for you to be so filial. My promise will always be valid. Go." The Dharma Supreme agreed and leaped out. In the next few days, the Dharma Supreme kept trying to worm his way into the heavenly demon's good books. The heavenly demon did not suspect him and actually taught him many heavenly demon secret techniques. How would he know that every time he taught the Dharma Supreme something, he would be one step closer to death? He was actually sending himself to the gates of hell. Inside the forest of fairies, at the core of the giant tree's embrace, although the bubbling spring water was churning violently, it never really came out of the ground. Naturally, there was no need to worry about leakage. Only the spring water inside was getting clearer and clearer. Starting from the third night, there was suddenly a bright and resplendent moonlight that gently shone on this place, covering the entire forest with a layer of sparkling and tiny light. The light gradually seeped into every tree and disappeared. However, the moonlight continued to shine, and an endless amount of mysterious energy poured into the forest without holding back. Chu Yang discovered that after about half a day, the spring water had become turbid. Well, it couldn't be said to be turbid. Instead, it had turned into the color of the moonlight. It was gradually settling down. Moreover, strings of rainbow-colored bubbles were also constantly emerging. Gurgle, gurgle. This is the so-called celestial crystal moonlight. Now that the celestial crystal moonlight has appeared, it proves that the ancient tree of life has revived. And this spring water is the celestial crystal moonlight gathered in the entire forest and converted into the special energy needed by the city of fairies. It is being transmitted to the city of fairies. As if he had seen Chu Yang's confusion, Dukyu explained calmly. "I see," Chu Yang exclaimed. "No wonder the fairy race was once so powerful. All the flowers and trees in such a huge forest were absorbing and converting energy. How powerful was the energy?" What Chu Yang did not know was that with the revival of the ancient tree of life and the appearance of the celestial crystal moonlight, the periphery of this 10-million-mile forest was also spreading outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trees emerged from the periphery and slowly occupied pieces of land that did not originally belong to this forest. It seemed that at this rate, they would be able to occupy the entire continent. However, all of this was happening silently. In just half a day's time, this originally vast forest had expanded by 1/10 of its original size. Moreover, this expansion was still continuing and resolutely. If only one person could absorb all this energy. Looking at the celestial crystal moonlight constantly converting energy, some of it even condensing into a substance, Chu Yang could not help but daydream endlessly. Don't have unrealistic and blind thoughts. Even if a deity were to rashly obtain this energy, he would also explode in an instant. Dukyu looked at him disdainfully and turned his head away. He no longer looked at this bumpkin who had not seen the world. Chu Yang sweated profusely. Finally, this day had finally arrived. The spring water no longer bubbled and started to emit dense mist. The mist was very light at first, but it gradually became thicker and thicker. Finally, it was so thick that it seemed to be a substance. Chu Yang took a breath and felt comfortable all over. This phenomenon lasted for a few hours. The thick mist gradually thinned and became clear again. Looking down from the spring's eye, one could not tell how deep the spring water was. It seemed to lead to the end of another world. When one's eyes looked into the calm spring water, they actually could not see their own reflection. Dukyu took a deep breath and said with a dignified face, "Pure water without a shadow. Life force is transformed. Spring of life is formed. Tree of life is born. Moonlight is abundant. The passage to the elves has been opened. It's about time. We can all go in now." Hearing this, Chu Yang's spirit shook. In fact, Dukyu had been waiting impatiently for a long time. In these few days, he had been looking at this spring water without blinking. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Now that the passage had finally been opened, he naturally could not wait to call everyone in. Both of his hands were constantly making all kinds of mysterious hand signs in front of his chest. Circles of green light suddenly appeared and poured into the void above the spring water. Slowly, The shape of this void began to undergo some subtle changes. After a burst of distorted mist, a narrow passage that only one person could enter appeared out of thin air. This is really amazing. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. It seemed that Dukyu did not spend much effort. The passage was open just like that? So simple. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go quickly, Dukyu hurriedly said. Then, he flew up and entered the passage impatiently. Seeing this, Chu Yang did not dare to delay. He followed closely behind and entered. This is the special ability of our elven race. You see, it seems to be effortless. In fact, it really is effortless. Dukyu was very excited. It was obvious that he was trying to find something to say. His intention was naturally to hide the ecstasy and excitement that almost made his heart explode. I see. Chu Yang's voice sounded very dull in the passage. He said very gloomily. After the two of them entered, the passage that had suddenly appeared outside gradually disappeared. After a burst of distortion, it completely disappeared. The spring on the ground was also cleverly covered by a few stones. It was as if there were no traces of it at all. All of the refreshing vitality was also slowly scattering everywhere. It made this place look inconspicuous. After entering the passage, Chu Yang felt as if his body was falling endlessly. It was as if he would never fall to the bottom. An unprecedented feeling of weightlessness appeared clearly in his senses. It was like a nightmare. He only felt that his body was falling endlessly. Chapter 1591. Chu Yang turned his head and saw that Dukyu had already closed his eyes. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and closed his eyes as well. Do whatever you want. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't be surprised. Anyway, I won't fall to my death. Dukyu has copper skin and iron bones. He didn't know how much time had passed. According to Chu Yang's calculations, this process should have been about 2 hours. His body, which had been free-falling all this time, finally had a new feeling. It seemed that there was an unusually gentle force rising from below, gently supporting their bodies and slowing down their falling speed by 1,000 times. At this moment, the two were like two feathers, falling slowly as if they were weightless. Then, puff puff, with two sounds, the two felt that they had fallen onto soft grass at the same time. Not to mention injuries, they didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Chu Yang opened his eyes and stood up immediately. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. Even his incomparably calm mind couldn't describe what he was feeling in his heart at this moment. In short, it was just amazement. There was only amazement. This is the legendary city of fairies? Chu Yang opened his mouth wide and felt his mind go blank. It's really, 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 really beautiful, city of fairies, where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. But Chu Yang definitely didn't expect that the city of fairies could be like this. When Chu Yang was descending, he had already clearly felt that he had fallen into a boundless void after passing through that passageway. In fact, it wasn't ordinary, but a boundless void. The surrounding space seemed bleak and ancient. It was very vast. It was clearly a large space. It stretched out faintly. But when he really opened his eyes, he also didn't expect that this so-called large space was actually such a large space. In front of him was a well filled with colorful lights. The spring water in it was crystal clear, as if it contained endless mysteries of life. It was the spring of life. Wisps of moonlight power fell from the sky continuously, without missing a single bit, and merged into the spring. The spring water gently swayed, and ripples appeared on its surface. Strands of spirit energy surged out, nourishing everything that could be nourished. Chu Yang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't know how deep the well was. The most conservative estimate was that it was much more than the spring of life that he had irrigated. Much, much, much more. So this spring of life wasn't actually destroyed. It has always existed. It just lacked an opportunity to operate again. Chu Yang muttered to himself, "My spring of life is just an opportunity, a diversion." At the side, Dukyu sneered, "Isn't this the only reasonable way? If the spring of life here has already been completely destroyed, What's the use of injecting 70 to 80,000 caddies of your spring of life? Chu Yang was furious. You're simply burning the bridge after crossing the river. After using up my spring of life, you actually turn around and say that it's useless. Hurry up and apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Dukyu took a deep breath. He really didn't know how to reply to this question. If he said that it was useful, it was indeed useful. However, this guy would definitely step on his nose and take his face. He would even directly say that he was a Birdman. Maybe Birdman was his new nickname. However, if he said that it was useless, that would be going against his conscience. He was indeed burning the bridge after crossing the river. Fortunately, Minister Chu didn't continue to beat around the bush on this issue. This was because he discovered a new good scene. The place where Chu Yang had landed was actually right beside the Spring of Life. Everything about the Spring of Life and its surroundings could be seen at a glance. Around the mouth of the well, there was a small tree every 10 feet. These small trees were really small. Each of them was at most as thick as a finger. However, they were growing at an extremely slow speed. Although the signs weren't obvious and it was difficult to see the signs of growth even if one just stared at them for a while, one would be able to feel that this small tree had grown a little. As for above the Spring of Life, there was another huge tree trunk that had already withered by at least 80%. The tree trunk was huge. It was at least 500 feet thick. 70% of the outer side had already been weathered, revealing many holes in the tree. Only the other side that was close to the Spring of Life still had some green branches. They still stubbornly stretched out an umbrella-like tree shade, blocking the sky for the Spring of Life. It was like an eternal protective umbrella. This is the legendary ancient tree of life. Dukyu looked at this ancient tree. His voice was filled with emotion. It's this ancient tree of life that has protected and reproduced the fairy race for generations. Only today, only this ancient tree is left. Moreover, it has lost more than half of its vitality. It's just barely hanging on at death's door. He sighed. From what I know, originally, there should be countless other ancient trees of life around here. However, after a long period of time, they were all destroyed one by one. Chu Yang was puzzled. You mean that the sapling next to it is actually the ancient tree of life? Yes, these saplings are the ancient tree of life. To be more precise, they should be newly born ancient trees of life that have just been stimulated by the Spring of Life. They're just saplings. Dukyu's eyes were filled with sorrow. If we wait for these saplings to really grow up and reach the stage where they can give birth to fairies, I'm afraid it will take at least 2,000 years. What? Let these trees give birth to fairies? Chu Yang was shocked. Can I understand it this way? The so-called fairies are actually the fruits of these trees? Fruits? Dukyu was exasperated. What do you mean by fruits? Fruits? They're living beings, okay. But after thinking for a while, he still nodded helplessly. If you really want to put it this way, it's not impossible. When these ancient trees of life grow stronger and their vitality reaches a certain level, they will give birth to tree embryos on their treetops. When the embryos mature, a fairy will break through and descend into the world. This is the birth process of fairies. It's somewhat similar to the fruiting of fruit trees. It's just that the ancient trees of life are of a higher grade. In fact, fruit trees are also a kind of living beings in the world. It's natural for them to be able to reproduce. The only difference between them and humans is that one is a plant and the other is an animal. That's all. As for these embryos, we fairies usually call them the mother's embryo. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes widened. There's actually such a thing. Dukyu's statement could be said to be extremely bold. However, it was also extremely simple. It seemed to be the case. Bumpkin, what do you know? Dukyu said disdainfully. He looked down on this bumpkin and said, the fairies that are born in this way are the purest fairies created by the heavens and earth. It's also the source of power that the fairy race relies on for survival and development. After the ancient tree of life begins to give birth to fairies for the first time, it will mature once every 50 years. This is also how the fairy race came to be. Dukyu said deeply, therefore, the fairy race has always regarded the heavenly crystal moonlight as their god, the fairy spring as their father, and the ancient tree of life as their mother. Chu Yang's face revealed a strange expression. He said, I say, don't you fairies have other ways to give birth? He blinked his eyes and said, for example. He paused at this point. His gaze was somewhat meaningful, lingering in the air. Dukyu said hesitantly, you're saying sex? Dirty. Dirty. Chu Yang was immediately filled with righteous indignation. He scolded, how can you even have the nerve to say such shameless words? You still have the nerve to say that you're a pure fairy. Bah! How can you be so dirty? Dukyu was instantly enraged. You still have the nerve to spit at me? What I said just now was because you didn't finish what you wanted to say, so I kindly added a few words for you. This person's shamelessness really makes one speechless to the extreme. Could it be that people who are so shameless are really invincible in the world? Dukyu was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, then let me ask you, how should I say those words just now? How can it not be dirty? Chu Yang said righteously, at least you can say it more subtly. For example, you can say that yin and yang are in harmony, and that the heavens and earth are in harmony. Or, Dunluin. Or that. Only then will it be more elegant and not so dirty. Dukyu spat out blood and said, isn't that the same thing? Is there a difference? Chu Yang continued to persuade him sincerely. How can it be the same thing? Listen to this. He began to explain non-stop. Dukyu hurriedly interrupted someone and said with a black face, stop. Let's just do that. The child that is born after doing that is called an acquired spirit. Do you understand? For such a spirit, if it wants to reach the level of an innate spirit, it has to go through many steps such as internal cleansing. Of course, it also needs to work hard. Otherwise, there will always be an innate gap. So that's how it is. Chu Yang suddenly understood. He touched his chin and said, it's really hard to imagine that a bunch of fruits from a tree can actually multiply and become a huge race. The affairs of the world are really unpredictable. There really are all kinds of strange things in this boundless world. Dukyu was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he would be suspected of being ungrateful, he would have already beaten Chu Yang up to the point that even tribulation couldn't recognize him. Could it be that the heavens also favor such a despicable, shameless, and dirty person? A certain king of hell raised his head intentionally or unintentionally. This entire space was filled with dense and inexplicable fragrances. As far as the eye could see, it was vast and boundless. However, his line of sight could only reach a distance of a few hundred feet. Any further would be blocked by the dense spiritual fog. Chapter 1592. Chu Yang raised his head intentionally or unintentionally. He discovered that the entire space was filled with dense and inexplicable fragrances. Looking around, it was vast and boundless. However, his line of sight could only reach a distance of a few hundred feet. Anything further than that was blocked by the dense spiritual fog. Where is this place? Chu Yang asked. Our current position is in the heart of the city of elves, which is in the garden of the Elven King's mansion. Dukyu was expressionless. Chu Yang immediately became excited when he heard this. Then, isn't there a lot of good things here? How could the garden of the Elven King's mansion be ordinary? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In the dense fog, there was a greedy and lustful light, like a wolf that saw a flock of sheep. Dukyu said indifferently, don't think too much. After the long baptism of more than 100,000 years, do you think that the original flowers and plants can still exist until now? Chu Yang disagreed. Ordinary flowers and plants naturally don't exist anymore. But, as long as they still exist, they must be heaven-defying medicines. Am I right? Dukyu smiled. Then you can search according to your own judgment. I didn't say anything, and I didn't make any guarantees. I still have to go to the Elven King's mansion to take a look. As he spoke, he leaped and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. You ran so fast. You're really not a friend. As if I would rely on you. Chu Yang complained, but his eyes revealed a trace of heartfelt warmth as he looked at Dukyu's departing figure. Dukyu didn't have to leave. There must be some excellent things in this garden. But Dukyu said that there wasn't anything and guaranteed everything. Then, he left alone. That means, as long as you have the ability to find it, you can take whatever you want. And he also took care of my feelings. This trust, this recognition, no words could describe it. Chu Yang smiled and put his arm on the spring of elves. Instantly, with a splash sound, more than 10,000 pounds of spring of elves water was poured into the spring of life of the elves. The quality of the spring of life that Chu Yang had right now was undoubtedly much better than the ordinary spring of life of the elves. This time, the injection was done in the most direct way, and the spring of life immediately underwent a huge change. Chu Yang didn't have any intention of stopping. The spring of life flowed down as if it didn't cost anything. Tens of thousands of kilograms of water poured down in an extremely short period of time. He would help her to the end and help her all the way. Since we're brothers, you've treated me with sincerity and waited for me with sincerity, so I naturally won't hold anything back from you. Your wish has been fulfilled, and you don't want to ascend to heaven. My path ahead is long, and we brothers will part ways one day. Furthermore, we may not meet again. Let me raise the quality of your spring of life by one level. The entire spring of life trembled violently and suddenly bubbled. The ancient tree of life beside the spring of life also trembled. The tree rustled and sprouted violently. Many places that had decayed long ago were recovering at an astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye. The crown of the tree shook continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it grew more than 3 times its original size. The little tree of life beside it also experienced changes. Compared to the ancient tree of life, the growth of the little tree of life was even more obvious and exaggerated. In just a breath's time, it had grown 17 to 18 feet. The originally small crown of the tree had increased at least 20 times its original size. It was almost connected together. The originally slender tree trunk had also become so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It had grown at least 10 times, or even 100 times. In addition to the drastic changes around the spring of life, even further away, countless little trees of life popped up every 10 feet. In the blink of an eye, this place had become a small forest with a radius of tens of miles. A forest completely made up of trees of life. Chu Yang's sudden and unexpected action could be said to be super generous. It had almost made the number of trees of life reach 1/30th of the elf race's peak. Although the current situation was spectacular, it was still only 1/30th. One must know that the elf race's peak had a population of tens of millions, although the age of the trees of life now was still very short and far from being comparable to the ancient tree of life that could give birth to elves in the past. The bubbles that came out of the spring of life had transformed into a transparent milky white color. The quality of the entire spring of life had been raised to the limit by Chu Yang's action. Waves of emotions full of infinite joy came from the countless trees of life and swarmed into Chu Yang's heart lake. This made the initiator feel very happy. With the evolution of the spring of life, the light fragments of the celestial crystal moonlight in the sky also became 3 times denser. The more trees of life there were, the more effective it was in triggering the power of the celestial crystal moonlight. The spiritual fog in the space became denser and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. If an ordinary person took a whiff, they would probably be able to achieve the effect of prolonging their lifespan. Taking a whiff would not be a problem for them to live a few more years. This was not an exaggeration, of course. This phenomenon was only a temporary phenomenon after the upgrade. The time limit was very short, and it would return to normal very soon. However, it was already extremely rare and precious. In the distance, Dukyu's body involuntarily trembled violently. With his back facing Chu Yang, his eyes revealed a deep sense of sadness. However, at this moment, he still had to pretend that he was completely unaware. He stepped forward and walked towards the destination he mentioned earlier. However, his footsteps became a lot heavier. His originally carefree heart was suddenly filled with something called friendship. Dukyu's figure finally disappeared completely. Chu Yang waited for a while longer. After confirming that the spring of life was completely stable, he stopped pouring in the higher level of spring of life. He smiled confidently and officially began his treasure hunt. He went everywhere. However, at this moment, Chu Yang simply didn't know that his sudden impulse had helped Dukyu a great deal, and also helped the elf race a great deal. For the future of this continent, he had created countless peerless geniuses and countless ascended people. The sprites born from the improved spring of life were powerful and talented. They had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, these were all in the future. Chu Yang plunged into the newly grown dense forest and immersed himself in searching for traces of treasures. After a long while, he discovered gloomily, originally, this piece of land was bare, and it seemed that it would be convenient to find anything. But now, I've suddenly found a group of people, and they've become densely packed. He had actually created trouble for himself, and it was even a huge trouble. However, it's okay. I have a countermeasure. I have people inside. Sword Spirit. Chu Yang summoned. Here, my old profession, I've come out to search for elixirs. Today, you can search to your heart's content until I find you. Sword Master Chu waved his hand, looking as if he was thinking for the Sword Spirit's sake. The Sword Spirit's materialized body instantly appeared in this special space. Then, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this place? It's really a good place. The density of spiritual energy is almost comparable to the territory of the Heavenly Palace Lord. No, it's even more exaggerated than there. It's just a little worse than the Lord's palace. This is where? Isn't this the city of elves?" Chu Yang smiled. Zhang Xian explained the situation to him. The city of elves was undoubtedly a sacred place for cultivation. The density of spiritual energy was also extremely high. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as what the Sword Spirit had described. The reason why it was so exaggerated now was probably because the spring of life's essence couldn't last for a long time. Otherwise, Chu Yang and the rest could just stay here and cultivate. Why would they bother to go up to the Heavenly Palace Lord? After the Sword Spirit understood the whole story, his spirit was shaken. But he didn't hesitate, and his body once again turned into an illusory state. After all, only 2 living people had entered this place. So, if Elder Yu saw the Sword Spirit, he wouldn't mind, and wouldn't feel any ill feelings towards him. However, there would still be some misunderstandings, or perhaps it could be said that he would be surprised. After all, the existence of the Sword Spirit was an absolute secret even in the Heavenly Palace Lord. There seems to be a lot of elixirs here. Yes, they're all top-grade elixirs. This is really a land of treasures. We've struck it big this time. The Sword Spirit sniffed and had a face full of joy. Huh, are you sure? Are you sure? Chu Yang was somewhat doubtful. Previously, this place was desolate and didn't seem to be much better than a desert. How could it be not bad? There should be some elixirs here, but it shouldn't be to the extent of a lot, right? And it had to be top-grade elixirs. This statement seemed to have far exceeded expectations. It was a bit exaggerated to say that a pie fell from the sky. If it was true, it could smash Chu Yang's head. I'm absolutely sure. Isn't it obvious? The Sword Spirit said with certainty. Then, he searched carefully again and said, "It's really too much, too much." He seemed to have never seen the Sword Spirit complain that there were too many elixirs here. This time, the city of elves made an exception. Chu Yang was even more excited. "Let's go. Let's hurry up and find them all. They're all ours." The Sword Spirit suddenly thought of something important and said, "Oh right, isn't the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword here? That's the important thing." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Both sides are important. Isn't collecting elixirs also important? Let's look for elixirs while looking for the Tribulation Sword. We'll take a dump and dig sweet potatoes while catching grasshoppers. We won't delay anything else." The Sword Spirit retched and said helplessly, "Lord Sword Master, please don't be so straightforward. Be a little more reserved and have a little more of a legendary demeanor. You're the legendary Tribulation Sword Master." Chu Yang spread his hands helplessly and smiled innocently. "Actually, I'm a boor, a very boor. Do you understand what a boor is?" The Sword Spirit covered his face and ran away. Chapter 1593. There used to be an old ginseng here. Although the plant has already withered, its essence is still here. In the dense forest, the Sword Spirit pointed to a place under his feet. A ginseng that can leave its essence must be at least 10,000 years old. Moreover, This is not an ordinary ginseng. You dig and see. Pay attention to use your elemental energy to confine this area. Once you dig it out, immediately put it into the space and scatter it in the medicine field. If you lose even a little bit of its essence, you won't be able to find it even if you cry. Chu Yang sweated profusely and began to do the hard work. He had only dug down 3 feet when he clearly felt a burst of warmth. He couldn't help but slightly frown. He continued to dig down. Suddenly, a milky white shadow rushed out from the ground with a whoosh sound and flew out like lightning. That flying white shadow hit the elemental energy confinement circle that Chu Yang had set up and fell to the ground with a bang. Chu Yang looked at it and saw that it was a small mass of milky white chaotic energy. Although it was very small, it was full of the purest life energy. He waved his hand and caught it in his hand. He looked at it over and over again. This is the essence of ginseng? The sword spirit nodded, and it's the essence of ginseng that already has a little bit of consciousness. It's gathered and not scattered. It's really a good thing. Why are you standing there like a fool? Are you intoxicated? Hurry up and send it to the medicine field. Put it in our ginseng land. The elixirs there will immediately snatch this mass of energy. The quality will also be greatly improved. Chu Yang, who was full of black lines, didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly sent it in. Sure enough, the jade snow spirit ginseng and the other ginseng inside. No matter what kind of ginseng it was, upon sensing this extremely pure energy, their branches instantly swayed, revealing an extremely urgent feeling. As soon as they sprinkled down, all kinds of life forces suddenly erupted, each grabbing a little bit and fiercely pulling it towards their own side. This situation was like a tug of war. Moreover, it was as if they were drinking milk and drinking milk. Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched when he saw the fierce fighting. This seemed a bit too humane, right? Could it be more exaggerated? Energy would energy? There's a blood-purple Ganoderma over there. It's at least 50,000 years old. There's the essence of fleece flower below. It's at least 10,000 years old. There's red core ginseng here. It's the best stuff. You must be very careful when digging. Chu Yang continued to work hard along with the sword spirit's continuous guidance. He collected the top-grade elixirs one after another. He felt as if his soul was singing happily. He didn't feel the least bit tired. The harvest this time seems to be too big. Just as the sword spirit said, I've struck gold. However, Chu Yang also knew the principle of not overdoing it. He would only take 1 stalk of each kind of elixir. No matter how many there were, he would only take 1 stalk. If there were very few of them, he would try his best to find their seeds and put them into the elixir field in the tribulation space. As for the main body, he would definitely not touch it. After all, this place was the headquarters of Duke Yu's elf clan. So, there would be many places where they could use these elixirs in the future. What if Chu Yang really searched them thoroughly and hung them up? That's too much. How can we not be nice to them? After walking around for a while, Chu Yang finally discovered that this abandoned city was actually filled with big and small palaces and residences. They were originally hidden in the void, but as the energy from the spring of life grew stronger and stronger, they slowly reappeared one by one. Waves of verdant greenery appeared in the sky. In the distance, Duke Yu stood on the roof of the most magnificent Elf King Palace. He looked at the vigorous greenery appearing in the sky one after another. Numerous palaces appeared in the city of elves. Countless greenery began to gather and float in the sky. He couldn't help but burst into tears. The elf clan's 100,000-year dream. Today, it's complete. It's finally complete. Chu Yang didn't enter the residences or palaces of the elves. He only took a few glances from afar. What he saw made him a lot of doubts. Sword Spirit, did you notice that these palaces seem to be green? And they seem to have vitality? Could it be that the palaces are alive? The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. It would be strange if they were dead. Didn't you see that even this city of elves is green and has fluctuations of vitality? What's so strange about the palaces having vitality? Don't you know that the entire city of elves is made up of trees? It's essentially just a tree. Tree? A tree? Are you serious? Chu Yang was completely shocked. Looking around, there were flowers, grass, land, and buildings. Other than the color, it was no different from ordinary palaces and residences. These furniture were actually trees? You're saying this entire city of elves is actually the internal space of a tree? We're actually... Chu Yang asked in shock. Are you an idiot? Do you still need to ask? It's the truth. The sword spirit smiled. This is the internal space of a big tree. To put it more simply, we're guests in a certain tree hole. Do you understand now, boorish people? Chu Yang was completely dumbfounded. He was too shocked. He was so shocked that he didn't know how to react. What kind of tree was it? It was actually so big. The internal space of the tree could actually accommodate tens of millions of people. It could also provide for living, reproduction, construction, and other survival needs. It could even form a world of its own inside for planting. This? What kind of tree is this? Minister Chu's mouth was agape. It's a little too big. Too big? Of course it's not. This tree is naturally an elven tree. The sword spirit said, only one tree is allowed to appear in a continent, so it's not surprising that it's a little bigger. Also, there are many continents and plains that actually don't have elven trees. Only with the premise of having an elven tree, and also after the elven tree has grown to a certain extent, there's a slight possibility of the elves being born. Therefore, the elves are actually a very rare species. An elven tree is actually equivalent to a small world, a rather complete small world. The sword spirit said, do you know heavenly wood? It's the kind of wood that has storage functions. It's actually a branch of the elven tree, just not as awesome as the elven tree. Chu Yang was shocked again. So there really are such bizarre things in the world. Minister Chu sighed. What's so bizarre about it? Isn't it because you're too inexperienced? The interior of the elven tree is naturally the most suitable for the elves to grow. Of course, humans can also live normally inside. But the elven tree is a little too rich for ordinary people, and the spiritual energy is also too dense. Therefore, unless it's a high-level human cultivator, staying here for a long time will harm the body. This is the so-called going too far is as bad as falling short, and the body can't withstand the nourishment. The sword spirit said, I don't need to explain the principle of great nourishment to the body, right? I understand. Chu Yang nodded, indicating that he really understood. But in reality, his mind was still a mess. So this is a tree, and I'm inside a tree. Oh my God. But don't think that the elven tree is really huge. In fact, the elven tree doesn't look very big from the outside. It can only grow an inch in 1,000 years. If it grows in a forest, it won't be eye-catching at all. Very few people can recognize it. But as long as it's an elven tree that can be hugged around, it's already formed a small world inside, the sword spirit said with a smile. It's really amazing. Chu Yang exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Today seemed to be a day of amazement for a certain king of hell. In addition to forming a small world, the elven tree also has a very magical characteristic. That is, all the heavenly treasures within a radius of 1,000 miles will be automatically absorbed into its own space. This distance of 1,000 miles is only the ability of a 10,000-year-old elven tree. As the elven tree grows older, this ability will also cover a wider area. Other plants definitely won't have the ability to resist being absorbed, the sword spirit said. So, as long as the elven tree exists, it's absolutely impossible for any heavenly treasures to exist in this forest. He smiled and said, actually, this isn't difficult to discover. When you were up there just now, did you discover even a single medicinal herb in such a big forest? Chu Yang recalled for a while and was finally convinced. Indeed, there wasn't any. Not to mention heavenly treasures or emperor treasures, there wasn't even any ordinary medicinal herbs. But how could I have thought of these at that time? He was really convinced. At first, Chu Yang was still puzzled. Even in a remote mountain, there would be elixirs or medicinal herbs. But in such a vast and boundless forest, where there were hardly any traces of people, he actually didn't discover any. I see. The sword spirit said. So, inside the elven tree is the most complete treasure trove. Any medicinal herb, as long as it exists in this continent, can be found here. You'd better hurry up and work. This time, we've really entered a treasure trove. Even if we only take one of each, our medicinal herb field can at least double. This is the most conservative estimate. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately continued working. But in his heart, he firmly memorized all the information about the elven tree. As the two walked, they collected elixirs along the way. With the recovery of the city of elves, the spiritual energy gradually became more abundant and dense, and they could discover more and more elixirs. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation, he actually felt that his arms were really working a little too frequently. He actually felt a little tired. Although he was happy and even inexplicably excited, he still felt tired, and there was a tendency for it to become more and more serious. There's still. Chu Yang's hands were sore, and a long-lost feeling of fatigue gradually surfaced in his heart. Sword Spirit, how many types of herbs have we collected in total? Chu Yang massaged his waist. The Sword Spirit did a rough calculation and said casually, not a lot, just less than 2,000 types in total. It's still less than what I expected. Chu Yang was speechless. Chapter 1594. The medicine field in the tribulation space had at least doubled in size. Countless new elixirs were swaying in the medicine field. We've walked around this city of elves for so long. Even if we haven't finished walking around, we've already walked around more than half of it, right? Chu Yang asked. Yes, we're almost half of it. There's still a long way to go. The good stuff is still to come. The Sword Spirit was obviously still in high spirits. This was the real city of elves. This was actually the first time the Sword Spirit had come here. Since he had entered such a treasure mountain, how could he not return with a full load? Chu Yang fell to the ground. Damn it, I'm not doing this anymore. Damn it. More than half, and less than half are two different concepts. I've been digging non-stop, and I still have to plant more. My waist hurts. I'm not doing this anymore. No wonder that bastard Duke Yu is so generous. It turns out that there are so many elixirs here. There's so many that it's crushing. Just picking them all can tire me to death. Chu Yang said angrily. And I only took one. If I took all of them, how much would I get? The Sword Spirit said, persevere a little longer. The more you persevere, the more you'll get. The longer you persevere, the more you'll get. Chu Yang shook his head like a rattle drum. Are you trying to fool me? I'm not a worker. Do you think I'm made of mud? I'm also a human being. I'll get tired too. But the problem now is that we've only found less than 10 elixirs that are 100,000 years old and still alive. The Sword Spirit was a little unwilling. Can't we just look for the high-end ones later? Let's not collect the low-end ones first. Is that okay? The Sword Spirit understood and relaxed the conditions. Chu Yang also readily followed the good advice. He stood up from the ground and stretched. Okay, now we'll only collect those that are 50,000 years old and above. The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. Other people would think that there were too few treasures, but look at this person. He's already so impatient that he's about to throw them out. And he's only collecting those that are 50,000 years old and above. What kind of tone is this? A long, long time passed. The Sword Spirit suddenly moved. What's wrong? Minister Chu was startled and hurriedly turned his head. I didn't expect that there would be such a good place here. I'm really going. The Sword Spirit looked ahead and said, this is really incredible. What kind of good thing is that? You're only talking about good things. I know what kind of good things you're talking about. Don't try to fool me. Minister Chu followed the Sword Spirit's gaze and saw a withered tree standing majestically in a lush and verdant place. What the hell is this? I didn't find anything? Chu Yang searched for a long time but didn't find any elixirs. Quick, look at that dead tree. The Sword Spirit panted. That's a good thing. That's the starwood I mentioned just now. The Sword Spirit was moved. Heavenly starwood. And from the looks of it, it is at least 100,000 years old. Oh my God. My God. Minister Chu was startled. He immediately jumped up. Are you sure? Starwood. Back then, old ancestor Chu Xiaoxin had to rob the big clans for a starwood that was the size of a tea box and almost paid with his life. Just a space ring made of starwood was enough to cause a bloody battle in the martial world. There was actually a big tree here that even 3 to 5 people couldn't wrap their arms around. How many space rings could it make? Chu Yang was so happy that he almost fainted. In fact, the sword spirit was also dizzy. He spoke a little incoherently. There's actually such a complete tree here. This starwood is almost extinct even in the heavenly imperial court. There's actually so many of them here. Oh my God. I'm not dreaming, am I? If I'm dreaming, please let me wake up later. Ah? Then he shook Chu Yang. Quickly keep it. He kept them all away. This is a first-class good thing. With this tree, it doesn't matter if you don't have anything else. Of course, it's still best if you can keep it all. Chu Yang was also very excited. But just as he was about to move, he immediately stopped and said, I'll go and tell Dukyu. It's fine if you don't tell him about the other herbs. After all, there are so many of them here. But this starwood is the only one. It's a priceless treasure with great significance. I'll be a beast if I don't tell him. The sword spirit cried out frantically, a beast is a beast. What's the big deal? For this starwood. So what if you're a beast for once? I beg you, just be a beast for once. Such a good thing. If Dukyu knows about it, how can he let you take it away? It's hard to find such a good thing in the world. If you give up this opportunity, you're worse than a beast. Chu Yang shook his head resolutely. I can't be worse than a beast. You go invisible. Then he raised his voice and shouted, Brother you, come over quickly. Silly, you're silly. You're really worse than a beast. The invisible sword spirit stamped his feet. His face was full of annoyance, regret, pity, disappointment, and countless other negative emotions. With a whooshing sound, Dukyu flew over rapidly. He was very dissatisfied. What's the matter with you again? I'm busy over there. Hurry up and say it. Be straightforward. What's the big deal over there? Look over there and see what's that. Chu Yang pointed at the starwood. This is the legendary starwood. It can be used to make interspatial equipment. It's absolutely a unique treasure. Dukyu scratched his head. So what? If you like it, just take it away. Why are you showing off such a small thing to me? Showing off your good luck? Hearing this, the sword spirit, who was invisible, almost fainted. He almost couldn't control himself from revealing himself. Oh my God, what did I just hear? Oh my God. Starwood, in this guy's mouth, is actually what's the big deal? If you like it, just take it away. Why are you showing off such a small thing to me? Showing off your good luck? This. Is this still something a human would say? Is this something a human would say? Is this still reasonable? Is there still justice? Is this spirit too crazy? Or is the world too crazy? Or is it that I'm out of touch with the times, and starwood isn't that rare anymore? That's impossible, right? It's really infinitely terrifying. I believe that even if those super experts in the Heaven Imperial Court heard this, they would probably fall ill and have a few cerebral hemorrhages. This doesn't seem to be being generous anymore. This is squandering. And it's the kind of squandering that goes to the dark, absolutely limitless squandering. You mean you don't want it? Chu Yang was also greatly shocked by Dukyu's attitude. He was puzzled. Originally, someone had planned to take advantage of this matter to take advantage of Dukyu's words. He would only relent after Dukyu said something nice about it. But now, I don't want it. What use do I have for this thing? Dukyu was also stunned. This thing was really meaningless to him. This, that. Chu Yang pulled his hair and spun around. He didn't know what to say anymore. Not to mention that the sword spirit was already speechless. Even Chu Yang was defeated by the person in front of him. This is a good thing that can be used to make space storage. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Dukyu said matter-of-factly. I know. You don't have to repeat yourself. Even if it can be used to make space storage, what use is it to me? If you don't use it, it's completely meaningless. Can't you understand such a simple logic? The sword spirit was directly petrified. Chu Yang was also petrified. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a bumpkin. He said disdainfully, You gave a spirit a plant in his home? And it's dead? Not to mention that this is originally a plant in our spirit city. Even if it's really a plant that's unique to you, I don't want it. If you want it, hurry up and take it away. Don't bother me anymore. I still have a lot of things to do. Is there anything else? Say it all. Don't bother me again and again. I'm not as free as you. Chu Yang was speechless. He raised both his hands and said, Okay, okay. If you don't want it, I want it. Is that okay? I really want it. Duke Yu's palm went down, and with a snap, the starwood was directly cut off from the roots. He shook his hand, and the tyrannical cultivation of a second-grade supreme martial artist gushed out. With a boom, the branches flew. He was only holding a 400 to 500 feet long tree trunk. He casually threw it to Chu Yang and said, Here, take it. You're long-winded. The tree trunk smashed over just like that. Chu Yang was still in a petrified state and was almost smashed into a meat patty. He almost became the first tribulation sword master to be smashed to death by a tree trunk. The next moment, Elder Yu grabbed the ground and pulled out a few roots of heavenly wood from the depths of the ground. He scratched them with his fingers and found that they were actually a little green. He nodded with great satisfaction. Then, he raised the roots and said to Chu Yang, Have you forgotten who I am? As long as I have this in my hands, I can get as much starwood as I want. I really don't know if you don't have a brain or if there's mold in your brain. Chu Yang finally realized. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, I forgot that you're a royal elf. I admit defeat this time. You win. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly put the big piece of starwood into the tribulation space. As a royal elf, as long as he was given a little vitality of any plant, he would be able to catalyze it. Therefore, to an elf, no matter how precious a plant was, it might not be worth his attention. He could like it and cherish it. But if he fought with his life for treasures, he would only cross his arms and watch from the side. Therefore, a certain king of hell was really pitiful this time. His intentions were commendable, but his stupidity was unforgivable. You actually called me over for a plant that is long withered. You're really too much. Dukyu muttered to himself, I don't know if you're crazy or if this world is crazy. Calling a pure-blooded royal elf over for a share of the spoils for a plant that has long withered. Sigh, shaking his head, his body flashed, and in a trance, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1595. In fact, the sword spirit had been worried that Dukyu would come to blows once he arrived. In fact, he might even swallow his pride and refuse to give it to Dukyu. In fact, the sword spirit had even prepared himself to attack Dukyu in case he refused to give it to Dukyu. Even if Chu Yang was unhappy afterwards, he couldn't care less. That was heavenly wood. Who would have thought that it would end like this? I'm the tribulation sword spirit, yet I'm being despised so thoroughly. No, it's not just despised, it's ignored. What the hell is this? I regard it as a supreme treasure, but he doesn't even care about it. Are elves so arrogant? The elf race. The sword spirit was speechless for a while. Then, he finally said in a depressed manner, They have always been so arrogant since ancient times. He is the only one in the world, but he is still like this. Don't ask me for help in the future. If you ask me for help, I will make things difficult for you. Chu Yang bared his teeth. Shut up. Don't embarrass me. Continue the treasure hunt. Hurry up. We've harvested a total of 578 kinds of herbs. They've all been stored in the tribulation space. They're all alive and growing well. The sword spirit breathed a sigh of relief. These are all good things in the city of elves. They naturally have the aura of elves. It's rare even in the heavenly imperial court. Chu Yang nodded and said, But the aura of immortals isn't present in the things here. The sword spirit said proudly, Of course. Don't be intoxicated. We still have important things to do. Do you feel any news about the 8th fragment of the tribulation sword? Chu Yang asked. No. The sword spirit said, I don't feel anything at all. This seems a little strange. After thinking for a while, he said, Or, you need to take out the whole tribulation sword and release sword energy to attract it. I believe there'll be a reaction. Chu Yang nodded. The sword spirit's body swayed and entered the tribulation space. Chu Yang's mind moved. With just a thought, the sword tip, sword edge, sword guard, and sword pommel of the tribulation sword appeared in the city of elves at the same time. The city of elves shone brightly and formed a complete sword in the air. The tribulation sword arrived at the city of elves. Chi 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 chi. Majestic sword chi crisscrossed, shuttling back and forth in the city of elves, slicing this space that was filled with spiritual mist into pieces. Dukyu, who was busy with something in the royal palace, suddenly felt a biting, cold, murderous aura outside. Sword energy was everywhere, but he thought that an enemy had intruded into the city of elves. He was in the middle of a fierce battle with Chu Yang. He was startled and flew out. He had barely stood on the roof when a dazzling light rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. What's going on? What kind of enemy is it that Chu Yang has to use the Calamity Sword to defend against the enemy? Dukyu was suspicious. Could it be that a powerful enemy has broken into this place? Just as he was thinking, the Calamity Sword had already arrived in front of him with the sound of wind and thunder. A thought flashed through Dukyu's mind. Then, he stood motionless in his original place. The Calamity Sword circled around and suddenly flew straight into the elven palace. Chu Yang flew over at lightning speed from behind. But he was caught by Dukyu. What happened? How did you get the Calamity Sword out? Chu Yang said excitedly. What else could it be? I found the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword. It's the luck of your elves to find the Calamity Sword here. The 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword? Is it that thing? Is it real? Dukyu was stunned. Why would this thing appear in the city of elves that hasn't appeared for 100,000 years? Didn't it appear 8 times before? This doesn't make sense, right? Regarding this question, Chu Yang really didn't know how to explain it. He said vaguely, who knows, maybe it's crazy. At this time, an unusually sharp sword whistling sound came from the elven palace. It seemed that the Calamity Sword couldn't wait to urge Chu Yang to enter. Chu Yang and Dukyu looked at each other, and the two entered side by side. They saw the Calamity Sword flying back and forth in the spacious hall. Round after round, it was like a silver light, weaving the entire hall into a bright cocoon. The moment they entered here, Chu Yang suddenly felt it. It was as if there was an unusually soft emotion that wrapped around him. It was as if at this moment, his heart also became a little sour and happy. In an instant, it was as if he was back to Mo Qinggu in a red dress, dancing gracefully in the endless snow. Her gaze was filled with tenderness, and her expression was melancholic and affectionate. One dance for you, and I'll fall in love with you forever. Chu Yang's heart felt as if it had been hit hard, and he was suddenly stunned. Why did he suddenly have such a feeling here? There seemed to be something strange. In a flash, his gaze focused somewhere. There was actually another person in the elven palace. She was sitting on the elven throne. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her hair was like clouds. She was tall and curvaceous. Chu Yang opened his eyes with rapt attention. Under the impact of his mind, he couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, there was actually a feeling of space-time disorder, as if countless space-time fragments had all rushed into his mind at this moment. This person who shouldn't have existed had picturesque features and an extremely beautiful face. Even saying that she was devastatingly beautiful was not enough to describe her. She was truly peerless and difficult to describe. It could be said that she was the most beautiful person Chu Yang had ever seen in his life. In Chu Yang's mind, Mo Qingwu, Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian and Zi Xieqing were already the most beautiful women in the world. Each of them had their own strengths, and they were already the most beautiful women in the world. However, this understanding had been shattered at this very moment, because the person in front of him, this person gave Chu Yang the feeling that she was even more graceful than these 4 women. She was sitting peacefully on the elven throne, but she gave people a magical feeling of like an ethereal fairy, like the moonlight in the heavenly palace, bright and sacred, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, untainted by a speck of dust, like the scorching sun in the sky, shining on the world. That was a subtle feeling of only being admired from afar, not being touched. This woman opened her eyes slightly, as if she was looking forward in a trance. Her jade-like right hand was gently holding the armrest of the throne. Her body was slightly tilted, and there was a languid and leisurely feeling. However, this leisurely feeling also concealed a sense of being the ruler of the world. It was as if she was just sitting there, and countless experts and subjects of the world were already prostrating and worshipping before her. And she was receiving the worship of her subjects. That was all. Her pair of eyes seemed to be tired, and also seemed to be worried. They were slightly squinted, but the expression in her eyes was constantly changing. Every moment, there seemed to be subtle changes in her expression. It was as if she was pitying the common people, as if she was plotting a great plan, as if such a woman was clearly the ruler of the world, the ruler of the world, the ruler of the world. However, she gave people a feeling of wanting to love and protect her. Yet, this feeling was always hidden in the bottom of their hearts. Once it was revealed, they would blaspheme her and would not dare to go forward. All kinds of strange, contradictory, and subtle feelings were intertwined, forming this extremely strange aura in front of them. In this place, in front of her, it seemed that they could be incomparably relaxed. They could feel endless gentleness, and they could get everything they wanted. However, their hands and feet were tied, and they did not dare to act rashly. This woman had attracted Chu Yang's attention at the very first moment. Besides, an extremely strange feeling rose in Chu Yang's heart. He had actually seen this woman before, and it was the kind that he was very, very familiar with. How could it be? It was impossible, right? That familiarity was indescribable. It was so familiar that when it came to her, just one look would make his heart ache. Beside him, Dukyu coughed softly. In front of this woman, Dukyu, who had always been lawless, actually held his breath and kept quiet out of fear. Even when he reminded Chu Yang, he only dared to cover his mouth with his hand and cough softly. Only then did Chu Yang come back to his senses. He instinctively bowed. "Are you an elder of the elf race?" That woman sat on the throne. Her gaze seemed to have glanced at him lightly, but she did not speak. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be somewhat stifling. "This is the elven empress of our elf race from 100,000 years ago," Dukyu said softly to Chu Yang. "You don't have to greet her anymore. She can't hear what you say. It's just a body in front of you. She has already passed away 100,000 years ago." "Huh? What did you say?" Chu Yang was shocked. He raised his head again. However, he noticed that the elven empress' eyes seemed to have sensed his gaze. Those slightly squinted eyes were also looking back at him. This was clearly the action of a living being. How could it be? How could it be just a body without a soul? The elven empress' skills were unparalleled since ancient times. Although she has unfortunately passed away, her body has not decayed even after millions of years. In addition, her aura still exists, and it will last forever, Dukyu said softly. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at the elven empress. When he thought that this beautiful body was actually lifeless, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. In that instant, he actually had the urge to cry. Even he himself did not know why he had such a feeling. Chu Yang had seen many beauties. Although the elven empress in front of him was unbelievably beautiful, Chu Yang was not the kind of person who could be moved by beauty. It was simply incomprehensible for him to have such a feeling. During the great calamity of the world, the elf race lived a very pure life. In order to maintain the purity of the city of elves, all the clansmen felt that it was hopeless to pass the calamity. They buried their clansmen's bodies under the city of elves, and then sank into the ground themselves. They slept with the world. The elven empress' skills were unparalleled. If she was alone, she would have the confidence to pass this calamity. However, the elven empress made another choice. I continue to write the third update to make up for it. The second and third chapters are basically connected, so I continued to write. Now, the third chapter has less than 1,000 words. Hee, I heard that everyone is guessing who the 8th person of the calamity is. They even set up a bet. I wonder if I can join in the bet? I'm so embarrassed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.